7 Eyewitness News at 7 starts streaming now.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us on this special election night edition of Eyewitness News at 7 o'clock. I'm Cheryl Burton.
I'm Rob Elgis. Polls across Illinois just closed seconds ago, literally. We'll be bringing you the results as they come in throughout the evening.
And of course, we have a full team of reporters out covering all the races up and down the ballot, and we will be checking in on all of them all night long.
Most high-profile race here in Illinois is the race for governor. Incumbent Democrat J.B. Pritzker facing Republican challenger Darren Bailey. And
we are live with both candidates tonight, but we begin with our political reporter Craig Wall, who is with Pritzker at the campaign headquarters tonight. Craig, what's the latest where you are with Governor Pritzker?
Yeah, Cheryl and Rob, as you mentioned, the polls have now closed. All the campaigning is done. So for J.B. Pritzker, just like everybody else, all he can do now is just wait. Now, Pritzker was making numerous last-minute get-out-the-vote stops this morning and throughout the early afternoon after a tough campaign that saw the two sides and their allies spend more than $250 million on this campaign. Pritzker hammering abortion rights and his fiscal record as part of his campaign. This campaign will be remembered not only as expensive but also defined by the attack ads that filled the airwaves on both sides. Pritzker, the billionaire heir to the Hyatt Hotel fortune, is running on what is a very blue state, with more registered Democrats than Republicans, so most of the pollsters and tracking agencies see him easily winning a second term.
It's been a tradition to come here to Manny's on Election Day, and frankly, that tradition has led to victories for everybody standing here. So I'm really glad to be here. We're looking forward to tonight, and Democrats bringing home wins all across the state of Illinois.
The polls have consistently showed that Pritzker was ahead, usually by double digits, but the latest one released last night showed that lead had shrunk down to single digits. Still, Pritzker and his team expect they will win and expect this could be a very early night. Now, for the latest on the Darren Bailey campaign, we go to my colleague Liz Nagy, who is in Springfield with Bailey. Liz.
Craig, even with the polls now just closing and voters still standing in line in many places, Darren Bailey's team is feeling very confident about their chances of pulling off a win.
Darren Bailey arrived at his election night headquarters pretty sure of his shot at a statewide promotion. Bailey returned to more familiar downstate turf after a final sprint around the Chicago area.
Building the future, and that's what you guys are doing.
He chatted with workers at a manufacturing plant in northwest suburban Palatine and greeted commuters outside Chicago's Ogilvie station.
People are ready for change, so we've done everything that we can do. Everything that we should have done. We have no regrets.
The third-generation farmer has built his campaign on conservative Christian values. Bailey is staunchly anti-abortion and has railed against Chicago as a hellhole, claiming the city is riddled by out-of-control crime on Governor J.B. Pritzker's watch. Bailey has also promised to give control of school curriculums to parents.
Everywhere, all communities and their people are worried about safety in their neighborhoods. People are aware that our schools are failing, and people know that their taxes are entirely too high. Talked to several business owners in there today. They're frustrated, they're concerned, they're worried, and they're scared. So I think that's what's going to push the people out to the polls today.
With the polls now closed, his campaign is confident voters will have hired Darren Bailey.
I think all of our data is showing we're going to have a historically positive performance in the city of Chicago for a Republican, and we're really excited about that. We think it's a new day for the Republican Party here in Illinois.
Darren Bailey's team points to the fact that he ran away with the Republican vote during the primary back in June. They believe his message has resonated with not only Republican voters across the state, but perhaps voters who are frustrated with high tax prices and out of control. They're hoping they may have picked up a few independent voters and a few Democratic voters as well. We're told about 1,000 of Darren Bailey's supporters are supposed to gather in this hotel ballroom tonight to watch the returns. Bailey himself is in the hotel. He's with his family watching those returns. And while Governor J.B. Pritzker is predicting an early night, Darren Bailey's team predicts this could be a late night and a much closer election than anyone had anticipated. We're live in Springfield. Liz Nagy, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Liz, thank you. You can hear both campaigns buzzing.
Right.
Yeah, people are already there.
Energy for sure.
Let's talk about the national picture now. Democrats currently have control of the U.S. House and Senate.
But that could change tonight. In the Senate, Republicans just need a net gain of 1 seat to win the majority.
In the House, Republicans need a net gain of 5 seats.
Well, one race that is being watched closely nationally is the 6th congressional district here in Illinois. Incumbent Democrat Sean Casten facing a tough challenge from Republican Keith Pecaw.
With the new congressional maps, the 6th district encompasses areas west and southwest of the city. Casten getting a boost from President Biden during his visit last weekend, while House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy was here stumping for Pecaw.
And Karen Jordan tonight with the Casten campaign in Burr Ridge with the latest for us tonight from there. Karen, how's it going?
Well, hi, Cheryl. It's going pretty good out here so far. It's quiet out here at Sean Casten's campaign headquarters. Sean Casten, of course, first being elected to Congress during the blue wave of 2018, becoming the first Democrat to be elected to this district in nearly 50 years. The climate scientist turned politician hopes to retain his seat for a third term in what is a very closely watched race, as you said, across the nation, what could tip the balance of power in Washington. Now, Casten defeated fellow Democratic incumbent Marie Newman in the June primary, weeks after the death of his 17-year-old daughter, Gwen. Casten's opponent is Republican Keith Pecaw, the mayor of Orland Park, both fighting to connect with voters in the newly remapped 6th district. Casten says though he is new to many of his constituents, he's confident his message is resonating with voters.
Do you believe that women have a right to choose? Do you believe that you'd like to know that when you send your kids to school in the morning, they're not going to get shot? Do you believe that the theory of infectious disease is actually pretty settled and we know how to address pandemics?
Casten also saying today that his work in Washington has helped make the country better than it was 2 years ago, and that his strength is reaching across the aisle to get things done. Again, we are at his campaign headquarters in Burr Ridge, where it's still quiet right about now, but his supporters are slowly trickling in. Casten himself is expected to be here in the next hour or so. That is the latest here from Burr Ridge. Back to you in the studio.
Karen, thank you. Stephanie Wade is with the Pecaw campaign in Orland Park. Let's check in with her. Stephanie.
Hey, Rob, well, supporters are already showing up here. And, you know, this congressional race has really tightened in recent weeks, even garnering some national attention. And that's something the Republican candidate Keith Pecaw tells me he's excited about. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy even paying him a visit over the weekend here to help campaign with him, a final push in the few days before the election. Now, the Orland Park mayor is hoping to unseat incumbent Sean Casten, who was the first Democrat elected in 2018 to represent the 6th district in nearly 50 years. The recently redrawn district may surprise people, Pecaw says, which could impact the results of this year's race. He's hoping to turn the district red once again. Pecaw, in his first run for political office in 2017, defeated a 28-year politician to become the mayor of his hometown, Orland Park. He ran on the idea of ending the political games, reducing operating costs, paying down debt, lowering property taxes, and reducing crime. All issues, he says, are still top of mind for voters as we deal with ongoing inflation.
I think you have two very opposite candidates, and I have a proven track record on the things that matter. I have a proven track record with the economy here in Orland Park. We've added 600 businesses in my tenure, even while everything else is not going very well on a statewide basis. On inflation, I've done the things that you need to do to control inflation, which is I've cut costs in the village, I've cut debt in the village, and we focused on things that matter, roads, parks, and things that people care about. And then on crime, my record is very clear. We have the lowest crime we've had in 27 years.
Again, supporters are just now getting here. We will be standing by as results roll in. We're live in Orland Park. Stephanie Wade, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Robin, Cheryl, back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you for that update tonight. Now, the Associated Press is projecting that Governor J.B. Pritzker will win re-election.
It's 7:09 on election night. Let's go back to Craig Wall and see what's happening at Pritzker headquarters. Craig?
Well, the Pritzker campaign was confident that he was going to win, and they told me earlier today they expected this race would be called about 8:15. I don't even think their campaign was expecting that the Associated Press would be calling the race this early, but there are certainly a lot of factors at play. Democrats outnumber Republicans in this state by a significant number. J.B. Pritzker, of course, is the incumbent, which works very well in his favor. So For the campaign, it is a quick and early night, earlier than they expected, at least according to the AP. The people have all of a sudden, when they saw the news put up on the TV, there were cheers that went up from here, and then a bunch more people have now started pouring in here. They are ready to get the party started here. We're waiting for word as to when the governor might come down and make his speech. Back to you in the studio.
Okay.
All right, some people still in line voting because they said if you're in line by 7 o'clock, even though the polls close at 7, and now they're already, according to the AP, saying that he will run re-election.
Even the Pritzker campaign, you hear Craig say, they thought maybe another hour from now. Yeah, like I said, just 10 minutes after the hour, and that's the projection.
Of course, we'll be talking about it all night. Another breaking news story right now. The Associated Press is also projecting that Tammy Duckworth will also win re-election in the United States Senate.
We want to check in with our reporter at her headquarters. That's Sarah Schulte. What's the latest there, Sarah?
Well, Rob, certainly not a surprise to anyone here that has already been projected. When I spoke with the campaign this morning, they were thinking that this whole thing was going to be over by 7:30 tonight, which I found that was pretty surprising, but obviously not so, since she has already been projected a winner. Now, this race consistently always has been deemed one of those safe ones for Democrats. Tammy Duckworth has far outraised and outspent her opponent. Now, the 54-year-old Duckworth served 2 terms in Congress before beating incumbent Senator Mark Kirk in 2016. She became the first woman with a disability to be elected to Congress and was the first U.S. senator to give birth in office. And while her personal story of becoming a double amputee after being shot down in the Iraq War is compelling, Senator Duckworth says voters are sending her back for a second term because of her hard work as a legislator. She is credited with saving the American Disabilities Act and also several other pieces of legislation. But during the campaign, she, like many Democrats, were blamed by their opponents for not doing enough to stop inflation. We spoke with her about it this morning.
I hear a lot of complaints from Republicans about inflation, but they didn't do anything about inflation. It was Democrats who passed the Inflation Reduction Act, right? We're the ones who actually are lowering drug costs for senior citizens, capping insulin at $35 a month starting in January, capping their out-of-pocket expenses at $2,000 a month. I introduced the Price Gouging Act to go after oil companies that are price gouging. These are Democrats that are doing that. And so if they want to talk about inflation, I'm happy to, because we're the only ones coming forward with solutions.
And as her campaign predicted, they predicted this morning this was going to be an early night, and it sure is going to be an early night. Here it is, 7:12, and the AP has already predicted that Tammy Duckworth is going back for a second term. Live at the planetarium, Sarah Schulte, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
And Sarah, all night you've been talking about how the junior senator has outspent and advertised during her campaign. She was on the short list for vice presidential candidates for then Senator Joe Biden, now President Joe Biden. So people have talked about how much money, more than $18 million in her chest, her campaign chest, that she's been raising for this campaign. And it was an uphill battle for her competitor. Let's go live now to Eric Hong. He is at the Salvi campaign with the reaction there and the latest on this one. Eric.
Yeah, Cheryl, that AP projection, word of that AP projection has not quite yet trickled out to Salvi supporters here in River North. Kathy Salvi herself had likened this race to a sort of David versus Goliath battle. And in fact, of all the statewide races, her bid to unseat the incumbent was perhaps the toughest. The 63-year-old Republican from Mundelein casting her vote this morning, arriving to her polling place in Wakanda with donuts in hand. Salvi, who's a personal injury attorney and former assistant public defender, tried throughout this campaign to paint her Democratic opponent, Senator Duckworth, as a rubber stamp for what she said was President Biden's failed agenda as it related to the economy, crime, border policy, and other issues. But in the end, that message did not resonate enough to carry her to victory. But Salvi, she faced an uphill battle, as you mentioned, both in terms of name recognition and campaign cash, with her first bid for statewide office, pitting her against a national political figure in Senator Duckworth, a senator with an $18-to-1 advantage. in her campaign coffers. And Salvi really had to navigate some tricky political waters within the Republican Party as well. She was seen by many as a traditional conservative Republican, not so much a Trump Republican, though she did campaign on a promise to unify the GOP. We requested an interview with Salvi ahead of this election night gathering here in River North, but we were told that she was not available. We are still awaiting her arrival here at this party. And again, word of that Associated Press projection saying that Duckworth is going to be the winner has not yet quite trickled out to the supporters here. We're live in River North. Eric Calling, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Eric, appreciate the live update. I-Team investigative reporter Chuck Gowdy tracking how things are going at Chicago's election headquarters. Chuck, what's going on there? What are you seeing?
Rob, as you know, Cheryl was talking a few minutes ago about the fact people are still in line waiting to vote. Some of these races are being called by the AP at this hour. But this really is the moment that election officials here in Chicago, across the state of Illinois, and across the country, they really wait for this moment, 7 p.m. when the polls close. In Chicago and the suburbs right now, there is a systematic procedure that is being put into place. It's a ritual of sorts, where all of the equipment starts moving from intake to output. They basically take the equipment, maneuver all of the switches and the devices, and they try to transmit what numbers they have. And that is the tally that those center sites where these numbers are compiled ends up being put out by us and by others, and the public can follow those. Those are the electronic results that we will start seeing shortly. There is a paper backup prepared that amounts to the check and balance for all of this. Election experts say that none of this process is tied to the internet, so there's no opportunity for the results or our votes to be hijacked. Tonight in DuPage County, the chief deputy clerk talks with the I-Team about security precautions and the minor issues that they juggle today.
Chuck, the operative word for tonight is patience. And of course, it could be a record turnout for this midterm election, which is not necessarily the case generally in midterm elections. But tonight we're hearing there could have been some issues downstate with the polls today.
Well, there was some early reporting and some early information that we learned about in Champaign County, where the clerk there and the election director was talking about having a cyber attack for the last month that continued through this day today. We have not been able to reach that individual to get details about this, but we expect that we will have more information on this as the night and the days go on.
All right, Chuck Gowdy live for us. The I-Team keeping an eye on everything, making sure it goes smoothly. We appreciate you joining us tonight. I know we'll check in with you as the night progresses.
Yeah, Chuck is always there on election night with the most updated, innovative information throughout the state of Illinois. And of course, we are starting to already see some early results. The race was already called by the AP at 7:09, as Rob noted. And here in the governor's race, we also need to make note that only 1% of the votes have been counted so far tonight. But for J.B. Pritzker, 64% to Darren Bailey's 34%, with 42,000 votes versus 22,000 votes.
Called by the AP with just 1%. Reporting now to the Senate race. We want to take a look at this. Tammy Duckworth, the Associated Press, also saying she is the winner. Once again, just 1% reporting. So these will continue to come in, and we'll see numbers from both these candidates go up significantly. You see she's got 82,066 votes to 47,609 for Kathy Salvi. The AP calling this already for Tammy Duckworth.
Of course, this was one of the races that is local, but however, it was watched and being watched nationally. We're also following all the big national storylines tonight to this election. So let's go live now to Judy Sue with an update.
Yeah, Rob and Cheryl, I heard one analyst say today that about the only thing that is certain on this election day nationally is that the polls will close. In fact, they are in the process of closing across the country. The rest, very difficult to call going into election day. So 35 Senate elections happening this midterms. Of course, all 435 House seats are up for grabs. So we are watching a handful of the races that were neck and neck going into today. Their results will likely determine control of the chamber. So you will hear these numbers throughout the night. One, and 5. Republicans need a net gain of 1 Senate seat to gain control, a net gain of 5 seats to have the majority in the House. So the first race that we're able to report outside of Illinois, ABC News is calling the Indiana Senate race, saying Senator Todd Young, the Republican from Indiana, will retain his seat and beat challenger Tom McDermott. There you're looking at the latest numbers. Now, let's go through some of the hotly contested races across the country for you. We're going to start with Pennsylvania here tonight between Democratic candidate John Fetterman and Republican candidate Mehmet Oz. This is an open seat to replace a retiring GOP senator, a race where party bases have consolidated around their candidates. Polls have consistently shown the race in the Keystone State a complete dead heat. Next, we have Georgia, pitting Democratic incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock against Republican challenger Herschel Walker. Now, Democrats see this as their best shot to hold on to the Senate. And going into today, they already saw record turnout with early voting. Now, the one big thing to remember here, Georgia law says if neither candidate gets a majority of the vote, that's 50% plus 1, then this race would be decided in a runoff in December. So this race may not have final results for weeks. Okay, let's take you to Arizona here tonight. Democratic incumbent Mark Kelly and Republican challenger Blake Masters. Their polls there will close at 8 p.m. our time, but close to 90% of the voters there actually use early voting ballots. Arizona began processing those absentee votes before today, so you will see some of those results reported right away. Around 9 p.m. our time is when we're expecting results coming in from Arizona. We are also watching Nevada, a complete toss-up going into today between Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto and Republican challenger Adam Laxalt. Now, this is the seat that Democrats are said to be the most worried about going into tonight, perhaps the tightest of the races, with a Democratic incumbent locked in a dead heap. The GOP looking at this as maybe their best opportunity to flip a seat in the Senate. Of course, we will wait and see tonight. A lot to watch here. We will keep you posted throughout the night. Rob?
Woo.
I know, right?
Yeah, thank you.
It's exciting. Very well done, Judy.
It's going to be that way, yes.
So interesting, of course. So let's bring in our political analysts for tonight, Laura Washington and David Greising from the Better Government Association. The AP already projecting that Governor J.B. Pritzker will win re-election. Are you both surprised, and how do you feel?
I'm surprised that it's quite this early. I thought it was going to be decided tonight, but this means it's probably a bigger margin than perhaps people were expecting.
And David, what are your thoughts?
Well, it'll be interesting to see where these votes come in. Governor Pritzker got a lot of votes in the collar counties and Cook County, suburban Cook County last time around. Let's see if he increases his vote there. That'll tell us something about the future of the party. He's put $11 million into campaigns across the state in an effort to build his support in the state legislature, and let's see what it looks like, because his ability to govern will be determined by whether he's able to hold on to that supermajority.
His also his ability to perhaps run for president, which is something that has been speculated upon. He's denying it, but there have been movements on his part to get out there. And if he has to have a really significant margin, come out of this looking very strong tonight if he wants to even begin to be taken seriously as a presidential contender.
There's the real-time numbers coming in. The Associated Press, as we mentioned, has called that race. Same thing for Tammy Duckworth, David. That has already been called, according to the Associated Press. You look a little surprised that it was this quickly.
Well, I don't think there's much doubt that Tammy Duckworth would be reelected, but just as with the Pritzker-Bailey race, to have two major races called this early in the night tells us something about Illinois politics. It doesn't necessarily say much about the national political picture, where some of these races are going to be a lot more competitive.
Eric Hong called it the David versus Goliath syndrome in that race for the junior senator. Also, so much money was spent for Tammy Duckworth and Governor Pritzker. So how do you think spending the more money makes a difference?
Well, money always makes a huge difference, but as David points out, Illinois may be an anomaly. We're in a blue state where Democrats really reign. So
we've got to pause there. We're going to pause for a second to rejoin our ABC 7 audience on TV. You'll see that here too. For now, here are some results. Keep streaming election night from Eyewitness News.
From ABC 7 Eyewitness News, this is a Vote 2022 election update.
And good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this special edition of Election Night. It is election midterm election 2022 in the biggest statewide races. The Associated Press tonight has already declared incumbent Democratic governor the winner over Republican challenger Darren Bailey, as the first returns are just starting to trickle in. And now to the race for the U.S. Senate. Associated Press also declaring that Democrat Tammy Duckworth the winner over Republican Kathy Salvi. Let's get right to Politico reporter Craig Wall, who is at the Governor J.B. Pritzker campaign tonight for us with the latest in reaction there with these early numbers. Craig.
Yeah, when those numbers got put up on the TV screens here, a cheer went up from the crowd. You know, Governor J.B. Pritzker was confident and expected to win tonight, but it's hard to imagine that even his campaign could have predicted the race would have been called by the Associated Press less than 10 minutes into the evening. Now, Pritzker had been out today at Manny's Deli and at various places around the city campaigning and encouraging people to get out to vote. The polls closing just 25 minutes ago, and already they are celebrating here. This is billed as a party to celebrate the victory. This campaign at one point was billed as the farmer versus the billionaire, and indeed the billionaire has come out on top with what is believed to be a resounding victory. Not sure the margin of victory. We won't know that for several hours. But I spoke to his campaign manager a short time ago.
Look, I think we have a story to tell about a governor who has put Springfield back on the side of working families. I think we took that story to every corner of Illinois.
And it's clear from the polls that that story resonated with voters. Democrats do hold a majority here in this state of over Republicans and registered voters, so it's not a surprise in that regard. For the latest on and reaction to this from the Bailey campaign, we toss it over to my colleague Liz Nagy. She's in Springfield. Liz.
Craig Bailey's campaign, on the other hand, is pushing back against that AP call of this election, saying that they called this election with 0% of the vote counted. That is what his campaign is saying. There have been no announcements made here in the ballroom where some of Darren Bailey's most staunch supporters are gathered. And Bailey himself is here watching those returns with his wife and grandchildren upstairs. He arrived downstate late this afternoon after doing 2 campaign stops here on Election Day, both in the Chicago area. He was trying to talk with voters there and pick up on some traditionally Democratic voters, hoping that his tough on crime message would break through. His campaign feels confident that happened. Cheryl, back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you for that update tonight. Now, of course, the Republicans are hoping to shift the balance in Congress tonight. Now, one of the key congressional races to watch tonight in the suburbs is in the 6th district race. Incumbent Democrat Sean Casten is facing Republican challenger Keith Pecaw. Now, with new congressional maps, the 6th district encompasses areas west and southwest of Chicago. Karen Jordan live tonight in Casten's headquarters in Burr Ridge. Karen, what's the latest where you are?
It was weird. Well, Sean Casten was first elected to Congress during the blue wave of 2018. The climate scientist turned politician hopes to retain his seat for a 3rd term in what is a closely watched race around the country, one that could tip the balance of power in Washington. Because the 6th district was remapped this year, Casten is new to many of his constituents, but he is confident still that he has connected with voters. Casten also saying today that his strength is being able to reach across the aisle. His opponent is Keith Pecaw, the mayor of Orland Park, and Stephanie Wade is covering his campaign. We will go to her now.
All right, Karen, we're going to join Stephanie a little bit later on in the digital newscast. For now, we thank you for joining us here on ABC 7. We're going to go to our digital stream team at this point, and we'll join you over there on abc7chicago.com. Welcome back, everybody, on this Tuesday special edition of the midterm election stream coverage.
We're keeping an eye on a lot of races. Things are moving pretty fast. Let's take a look at this one. The race for Illinois Secretary of State. It is odd to not see Jesse White there. I mean, the Secretary of State for decades is not running clearly. He has retired. It's Democrat Alexi Giannoulias versus Republican Dan Brady, and we want to take a look at some early results. And look in the left corner of your screen there. It's 2% reporting here. And Alexi Giannoulias looks to be winning with 113,604 votes to 71,650 for Dan Brady. Very early in this race as we look at the returns coming in.
So let's go to Ravi Baichwal with a Giannoulias campaign tonight in Chicago. How's it going there, Ravi?
Hey Cheryl, hey Rob. Yes, we are here at the Sheraton Grand Hotel in downtown Chicago, just off the water, not too far from the studio and you. And the room, as you can see behind me, starting to fill in with supporters of Alexi Giannoulias, hoping to see someone who was once considered a political wunderkind in Illinois and in Chicago politics resurrect a political career that had so much promise a decade ago. He, of course, was serving as the treasurer of the state of Illinois at only the age of 30 back in 2006, 2007. And then he ran for U.S. Senate. And earlier today, we were able to catch up with him as he was down at the Loop Super Site. He lost that Senate race back in 2010, has kept a relatively low profile, but he's hoping to resurrect his political career by stepping into one of the big statewide offices that actually employs some 4,000 people across Illinois. He was with one of his political mentors, Senator Dick Durbin.
Spend so much time talking about policy, what we're going to do with the office and campaigning to get votes. And if I'm fortunate enough to get elected, I'm sure it'll hit me tomorrow or at some point.
So Alexi Giannoulias, now 46 years old, hoping to resurrect a political career that had so much promise more than a decade ago. People here supporting him. He is a big part of the Democratic ticket across Illinois for all the statewide offices, even though J.B. Pritzker, the newly re-elected governor, was not originally supporting Alexi Giannoulias during the primary season. Now he did, in fact, gave him $1 million for his campaign. We expect to hear from the candidate a little bit later, and it should be a very big evening here at the Sheraton Grand. But for now, reporting live, Ravi Baichwal, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Ravi was out there with the long lines today at the Super Site, of course.
Yeah.
He caught up with the candidate and Senator Dick Durbin along the route there.
Right down here at the Super Site and the Loop.
And some of the commercials, you remember, that Alexi Giannoulias was running there involved a lot with children playing basketball and the inspirational moment. Well, you know that President Barack Obama endorsed him once before. They were good friends.
Yeah, well, he played overseas professionally. Alexi could play some ball.
And he was in some of the commercials as well. So it's going to be a very interesting night here in the state of Illinois. Mark Rivera is joining us now from the Brady campaign. He is in downstate Bloomington, Illinois with the latest there. Mark, how's it going where you are?
You know what? It is going well. There's a lot of atmosphere in this room right now for Dan Brady, the Republican candidate for Secretary of State. And Rob, I think you said it right off the top here, coming back from break, that it is odd to not have Jesse White on the ballot this year. And this is a major opportunity for Republicans who have not held this office under a Republican name in more than 20 years. Longtime Republican lawmaker Dan Brady describing this election as a David and Goliath fight. Millions spent against him in the Republican primary, millions against him in the general from Governor Pritzker and Alexi Giannoulias. But he says it's his ability to listen to needs across the state, his work ethic, his experience crafting legislation with current Secretary of State Jesse White that will pull him through. And experience, he says, his opponent does not have.
All those things, I think, certainly speaks volumes for me as the best choice of the next Secretary of State. Working with Secretary White, working on those issues of organ donation, working on the issues regarding distracted driving for our teens, defensive driving for seniors that I've had legislation with. All those things are experiences my opponent doesn't have, and I can hit the ground running.
So think back here, Jesse White took office in January of 1999. Rob, you said it again. There's an entire generation that does not know a Secretary of State in Illinois other than Jesse White. So a big opportunity for Republicans tonight. Obviously, we're looking at the return still very early, but Giannoulias has about a 20-point lead, 21-point lead so far. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on this and bring you any updates from Bloomington. Live in Bloomington, Mark Rivera, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Mark, thank you. I just hope Mr. White keeps the tumblers going.
I know. I was thinking about that
legendary.
time. He's going to spend more time with them, of course, and taking them around the world. He has a lot of time to do the things he wants to do, and he's been a servant for the state for a very long time.
Like Mark said.
Wow.
Some of the congressional races we're following, let's get to those. First with Illinois' 11th congressional district. This is incumbent Democrat Bill Foster versus Republican challenger Catalina Loft. There's the district right there. It covers areas to the west and northwest of the city. We want to take a look at results. 2% reporting, bottom left of your screen there again. And it looks like the incumbent Bill Foster has 66% of the vote, 33,272, to Loft with 34%, 17,186. This is one of the races that some were wondering if Catalina Loft could make a run. She's a young, popular Republican who has gotten a lot of support up in McHenry County and some of those other counties in this district.
A former appointed associate from President Donald Trump, of course. Let's go live to Michelle Gallardo now. She is with the Foster campaign in St. Charles, Illinois. With the latest there, Michelle, how's it going?
That's right, Cheryl and Rob. You know, Bill Foster has been in office for about 10 years now, but with the Illinois, the 11th district having been recently redrawn, he is new to more than half of his constituents now. And that really is what has made this race, this re-election battle, a little bit more challenging. The 11th congressional district now has shifted, and it now covers most of McHenry and King counties, parts of Boone, Lake, DeKalb, DuPage, Cook, and Will counties. And while Foster has been running ahead of the polls, and indeed is running ahead in those returns that come in so far tonight, his advantage has been shrinking recently. His opponent, Republican Catalina Loft, has been using the new map to her advantage, calling Foster out of touch with his new constituents, especially those in the more rural areas. Now, Loft, as you mentioned, is a Woodstock native. Her father's emigrated from Latin America. She is part of that new generation of candidates that the Republican Party has been trying to cultivate. Unsurprisingly, abortion has been a hot topic during the campaign, as are gun rights, crime, immigration, and the economy. But again, as so far with the returns that have come in, and it really is just 2% reporting so far, Foster has more than a 30-point advantage. You can see his supporters already gathering at this bar in St. Charles. Foster himself not expected to make an appearance until later on, once those results do become more definite. So it really just depends on how long of a night it is here, how long his supporters will be waiting for his arrival. For now, live in St. Charles, I'm Michelle Gallardo, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Michelle, thank you for the update. Busy there as well.
Yeah, it sounds busy. And we are 40 minutes into our streaming newscast tonight with all the election results. So let's take a look at some of the other races tonight. Like for Attorney General, Kwame Raoul, of course, has 60%, with only 2% of the votes being counted at this point, with 178,000 votes. As opposed to 39% for Thomas DeVore with 115,000 votes. And we must iterate, of course, that it's only 2% of the votes counted.
So that's just updated as you were talking. Now 4% you see there. 4% reporting in the state of Illinois. This is for Comptroller Susana Mendoza with 61%. Shannon Teresi has 117,279 votes there, so she is trailing the incumbent there.
Now for the race for Illinois Treasurer, Michael Frerichs with 65% of the vote, with 178,000 votes casted for him so far, and 34% of the votes for Tom Demmer, with 92,000 votes casted for him tonight on this election night. 2 seats are open on the Illinois Supreme Court. We want to take a look at those results right now. You see Elizabeth Rochford on the left there, 60% of the vote, 137,000. Rochford, 137,796, 40%. Mark Curran, 93,069, 32% reporting for the Supreme Court. So that number up a little bit. Also in the Illinois Supreme Court race, Mary O'Brien with 62% of the votes, 46,000 votes cast for her today, and Mike Burke, 38% with 28,000 votes cast. Let's go to John Garcia, who's keeping track of all these races for us tonight, and he joins us with the latest. John.
Hey, Cheryl, we're at Elizabeth Rochford's headquarters, and she's feeling confident enough at this point that she has come down, and I'll get out of the way. I think she was behind me a moment ago taking pictures here. She is greeting a lot of her supporters. She and her opponent, Mark Curran, both have headquarters watch parties tonight in Libertyville. Rochford, of course, is the Democrat and Curran the Republican. That is the 2nd district. In District 3, we are seeing Republican Michael Burke facing off against Democrat Mary O'Brien. Now, if both of the Republicans were to pull off the wins tonight, which it's not leaning that way as we can see right now, but if they were, they would then take a majority of the Supreme Court. There are 7 members on the Supreme Court, 4 of them currently Democrats. Several key issues, of course, before the court right now as well, including abortion rights and gun control. Now, incumbent Michael Burke, who was appointed to the court in 2020, though, says he believes this should not be about politics.
The politicization of this, as well as the amount of money that's coming in from special interest groups that have, business or issues before the court. Again, I think anything that erodes judicial independence and the public trust in the judiciary is problematic.
No indication when this race is going to be called in the 2nd district. In the meantime, though, we should mention that this is a big money race. We're not used to seeing television commercials for the Supreme Court, but a lot of the big issues that we mentioned, as well as the fact that there are 2 contested races, have meant a lot of money has been poured into both of these races, particularly the Democrats, who hold a big fundraising edge over the Republicans in both of these cases. We'll see where that gets them as the evening continues. For now, live in Libertyville, John Garcia, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, John, thank you so much. Very interesting information. Of course, he brings up a lot of point about a lot of money was spent in campaign ads on television, of course.
You saw a lot of them, yes, for these seats, and that was somewhat unique, right? You don't see that all the time.
So let's bring our analysts back in to talk about that, of course. What do you guys think about in the Supreme Court campaign ads for this election season?
Well, the stakes were huge. If the Republicans succeeded in taking control of the court and issues like abortion or gun control came before the Illinois Supreme Court, that could be a lot different than the court as it exists currently. So that's one of the reasons we're seeing this nationwide, that Supreme Courts, secretaries of state, other offices that are in a position to affect election outcomes or affect policy are a lot more being spent than was usual.
During our 4 p.m. broadcast on ABC, we talked about this. We asked you the same question about the uniqueness of the Supreme Court seats.
Well, this would be the first time the Republicans would have control, ideological control of the Supreme Court in many, many years. And it would give the Republicans an option, an opportunity to go around the rest of the blue leadership in the state, because, of course, it looks like the governor's office is going to continue to be controlled by Democrats, the General Assembly continue to be controlled by Democrats. So if they want to impact public policy, this is one way, one opportunity they can do it, through things like around abortion, and also the Safety Act might be in play, but the Safety Act, which has been much debated during this campaign, that's something that could be challenged, and the Supreme Court could have some influence over down the road.
It became a lightning rod issue in that governor's race. It did, yeah.
And talk about influence. They have tried to connect Mary Kay O'Brien with Michael Madigan. How effective were those ads, do you think, in the way people voted in this one?
Well, it doesn't look like they landed very heavily, but you can't blame them for trying because of the stakes at issue right now. And it also reflects, I think, the politicization of the judiciary in our country. We no longer tend to look at the courts as quite as above the fray as in the way they once were. They are more political actors today than they used to be.
And part of the reason you know that is because there's so much money, as we discussed, being poured into these races from special interests, like Ken Griffin, for example, the multi-billionaire who just moved to Florida, who has put a lot of money into this on behalf of the Republicans in this race, because he has a conservative perspective that he wants to push through the courts.
Yeah, the national Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court also had some people sitting up in their seats for these state races now, thinking, I need to pay attention to who these judges are, and that maybe had a little bit of an influence. We want to update and ask you both the Senate race. So we're going to show the latest results here on where those numbers stand, because we're getting some new precincts reporting. Here it is, 6% of precincts reporting Tammy Duckworth's lead still large, 61%. Kathy Salvi, 37%. Associated Press has already called this. You see the check mark next to Tammy Duckworth's name there. Any aspirations there? Well, you mentioned the speculation, Laura, about Governor Pritzker perhaps moving on to presidential aspirations. Would she be a good running mate?
Well, it's a very good question. There hasn't been as much speculation, I haven't seen any real evidence that Tammy Duckworth is making those kinds of plans or thinking about it. But as we pointed out earlier, she was on the short list to be vice presidential candidate. That gives her a high profile. She has a very attractive, bio that could really play well in a presidential race. I don't see either one of them doing that if Joe Biden decides to run for re-election.
Resonates with veterans, working moms, a lot of people.
Her journey story is so inspirational. She's the junior senator, as we spoke about. She worked on major legislation while she has been in office, raising $18 million versus her competitor with only $1 million. Well, Vice President Kamala Harris was in town over the weekend, and she was out campaigning with her, and they were talking about issues that matter to a diverse group of people in America. How did that go over with the voting process? How do people perceive that?
Well, it's hard to claim credit for much when you're in the United States Senate, but she is able to claim credit. For example, putting money in the Infrastructure Act to replace lead pipes. That plays to a constituency that often is overlooked. People in poorer neighborhoods, people of color typically are disproportionately affected by infrastructure failings like that. And she, of course, has been pushing for pharmaceutical, reining in the power of drug companies, reducing drug prices. So she's hitting on some issues that really are bread and butter issues for a lot of voters.
Very powerful commercial. She said she literally gave body parts to her fight for justice for this country. And that resonated with some people because she said she doesn't want to give away rights when she's already given away body parts.
Well, she's a war hero, and she's also, as was pointed out, she's also the only person with a disability serving in Congress. Those are two very important, powerful storylines that could really propel her forward.
And been outspoken about that. A 6th district, Caston versus Pequot. We have some new data in there. We want to take a look at how that race is going. It is 1% reporting, so this number a little bit fewer percentage points there, and it looks like Keith Pequot has a lead. But look at the numbers: 1,904 votes for the Republican and the Democratic incumbent, Sean Caston, 47%, 1,669 votes, so fewer than 300 votes separating these two, as 1% of the precincts are in that race, just in its early stages of being tabulated.
Why do we think this race is even close at this point?
Well, it was known to be a competitive district. When it was redistricted, it was made a less certain Democratic district. And all the gerrymandering that went on, there was some odd horse trading in which some of the districts of candidates who were thought to be in a strong position were kind of had some of the Democratic votes taken away and moved into districts where they thought others might have a better chance of winning. So Sean Caston was put into a more competitive race than he otherwise might have faced had the borders remained the same. He's thought to be a strong enough candidate. Let's see what when the percentage of vote comes in, let's see how he's doing later on in the night.
We're going to be talking about redistricting maps, I think, a lot tonight. And this is one of them. The 1st Congressional District, too, is one that has now spanned down to Kankakee. Oh, do we have that? Oh, all right, Michelle's telling us we do have. There you go. The U.S. House, 1st District, 3% reporting. Jonathan Jackson, 55%. The son of Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. Eric Carlson, 45% at 13,080. What do you think, Laura, about that redistricting?
Well, in the case of the 1st Congressional District, that one was going to be a safe seat, even though it had been stretched far beyond its southern borders, because it was still significant. More than 50% of it was African American in the south side of south suburbs, and that was going to be able to pull that African American base in. And of course, in the primary, most of the candidates that ran were African Americans. Whoever won that Democratic primary was going to probably be a shoo-in.
It's a very large area.
It is,
of course.
a lot of land.
Yeah, and it really is going to be the big story about the redistricting, because things are changing that would normally have been a red or a blue, but because of the redistricting, it's going to make a whole difference of who wins tonight.
Well, they absolutely are. These are the first time that these districts are being voted on since the 2020 census. In the Jonathan Jackson case, it'll be very interesting to see if he goes to Congress. What he does, he raised crypto as a big issue in his primary campaign because Sam Bankman-Fried, the founder of FTX, gave a bunch of money to him in the primary. So is he going to go representing that district, which has a lot of other issues on its mind, and be the crypto guy in Congress?
His campaign, it seemed like, quickly realized that's not what the constituents want, and changed that pivot immediately once consultants and analysts like yourself started talking about
Yeah,
that.
but he still took the money. and there's an expectation when you take the money.
Okay.
All right. Of course, he is part of a political family dynasty.
Yeah.
His brother, of course, a former congressman as well. His father running for president more than once.
Juliana Stratton is about to talk at J.B. Pritzker headquarters. This race has been called. You hear the applause? Let's listen in.
Illinois. And thank you. My name is Juliana Stratton. I use she, her pronouns, and it is an honor and privilege to stand before you tonight, ready to serve another term as your Lieutenant Governor. I want to begin by thanking God for this opportunity to serve and for equipping me with everything I need to do this job. To my husband, Brian, and our daughters, Tyler, Cassidy, Ryan, and Mackenzie, I don't think words can adequately express what it means to have your love and support on this journey. It keeps me rooted and grounded, gives me strength to keep going, and I'm just so grateful to have you by my side. I love you all. To my dad, Henry, who is watching from home, and my mom, Velma, who is watching from above, and to all my ancestors whose wind I feel beneath my wings every single day. Thank you for paving the way. And to our great governor, J.B. Pritzker. You know, JB, in 2017, I said yes to your vision, leadership, and commitment to getting Illinois back on track. And you have never once lost sight of what we are striving for, that a better, stronger Illinois includes every county and every community. And Governor, you have remained as compassionate as you have been decisive in delivering what Illinoisans need and deserve, and it is an honor to serve 4 more years by your side. To our campaign manager, Mike Olin, and our incredible re-election campaign team, thank you for charting the course and your hard work to get us here. And every day, I get to work with not only some of the smartest people I know, but people who are also caring and compassionate to the very core. Thank you to the hardworking members of our administration, to my Chief of Staff, Charles Watkins, and the entire team of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor for serving all Illinoisans with excellence. To all of the supporters, volunteers, and organizers, thank you for taking nothing for granted, for getting our message out, and for being our eyes and ears on the ground across this great state. And to the people who spent time registering new voters, getting people to the polls, or volunteering as election workers, thank you. You know, amidst the angst, amidst the frustration, amidst the fear, you understood that too much is at stake and you rose to the occasion. Thank you for being the unsung heroes of our democracy. 4 years ago, we celebrated on election night, and that night we weren't just celebrating victory over our opponent. We were celebrating the voice that we had given to millions of people across Illinois. Young people, women, people of color, LGBTQ+ communities, immigrant communities, small business owners, farmers, and so many more. Tonight, we celebrate that despite the efforts of those who continue to try to silence our voices, we have once again prevailed. We celebrate and we declare that we still have a voice. And we are not yet done making our voices heard. While our country has experienced far too many dark days in recent years, the great state of Illinois remains a light in the darkness. Our light shines because in Illinois, we are so much more than the divisiveness of our politics. We know that while we might disagree on issues, our success and prosperity rely on all of us rising up and being the best of humanity, proving that light always finds a way through darkness. Tonight,
from ABC 7 Eyewitness News, this is a Vote 2022 election update.
Good evening, Alan Kraszewski with Cheryl Burton this evening, and we want to thank you for joining us on this election night. We already have some winners in the races right here in Illinois.
And we start with the most high-profile race, the one for Illinois governor, and the Associated Press tonight already calling the race for incumbent Governor J.B. Pritzker, defeating Republican challenger Darren Bailey. Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton speaking live tonight from the Pritzker headquarters, and we expect the governor to speak at any moment.
Whenever the governor does begin to speak, of course, we'll be bringing that to you as well. The Associated Press also calling the race for U.S. Senate this evening. Incumbent Democrat Tammy Duckworth beating Republican challenger Kathy Salvi, an attorney. And we're watching this race closely as well this evening. But a number of these races seem to be folding very quickly this evening. It was incredible to see, for instance, in the governor's race, how quickly that came through this evening.
We are live now at the headquarters for Tammy Duckworth. Sarah Schulte is standing by live with the latest.
We'll listen to hear what the senator has to say.
And that the daughter of an immigrant, a girl who was on food stamps and nearly homeless growing up, can become anything she wants to be, even a multi-term United States senator. My life is the American dream come true. And I'm honored to get to keep working to help every kid in every pocket of Illinois realize their own dreams too.
And Tammy Duckworth there claiming victory this evening, of course, in that particular race. The incumbent seeking a second term, she gets it. Now let's turn quickly to another race that's been called this evening. Indiana Republican Senator Todd Young winning re-election over Hammond Mayor Tom McDermott.
There is no winner declared yet in a race in Indiana in the House District 1. We're going to continue to follow these races for you tonight, and we invite you to join us streaming live at abc7chicago.com.
Our lives are valued and voices are represented in every space where decisions are being made. Here in Illinois, we can lead the way. We can light the path. We can make racial equity a reality. Our light shines because we believe, I believe, that our democracy is worth fighting for. And for those of you who are out there who are disappointed tonight, I say to you that we are listening. Every vote cast today represents someone telling us what matters, whether from an urban or suburban or rural community. All Illinoisans contribute to the diverse tapestry that is our great state. And if we are willing, we can search for the light in each other. And I also know that across aisles of party or politics, across cities, towns, and counties, there has been grief. Not just our individual grief, but our collective grief. During these past few years of the pandemic, we have lost rights.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our stream team live coverage here, streaming at abc7chicago.com. We thank you for joining us on this special election night coverage. We'll be continuing coverage all night. Right now, we are listening to Juliana Stratton, the Lieutenant Governor for J.B. Pritzker, after the Associated Press is reporting that Governor Pritzker will be reelected in this election.
No darkness so deep that can ever eclipse the light that we are working toward. That North Star of justice, freedom, and equality will guide us to the bright future we seek, because our foremothers and forefathers stayed true to its course to bring us to this moment, and we are stronger than we know. We are the vanguards of our democracy, and history has shown us that no matter what comes next, we shall overcome. When we work with each other, when we uplift each other, light wants to find a way, and it will. I am profoundly grateful that you put your trust in me. JB and I do not take our responsibilities lightly. Thank you for your prayers and your support, and thank you for allowing me to serve this state for another 4 years. Listen, I love Illinois, but more importantly, I love the people of Illinois. In 2018, I shared an African proverb, and I'll close with that same proverb tonight because it still rings true, maybe even more so today. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Illinois, over these next 4 years, let's go far together. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Well, you've been listening most recently to Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton in her victory speech, so to speak, in the place of Governor J.B. Pritzker at the moment anyway. As we've seen this evening, this race called extremely early. It was actually, the polls had barely closed, it seemed, before the Associated Press made its decision. And I guess, Laura, let me ask you, it's really a matter of mathematics when you're looking in terms of the makeup of the state and who the voters are that are voting today.
Right, they know where the numbers are coming from and what parts of the states are coming from. And so that's probably one reason why they were able to call it early. That doesn't mean that the margin is going to be gigantic, but it means that they know enough to know that he's going to win. Now,
we haven't seen winners called in the other statewide races here yet either. But we want to note that. But
the Duckworth.
Yes, but I'm sorry, not in the U.S. Senate race, but I'm talking about the statewide offices here, the constitutional offices. And yet, at the same time, it seems like they're having a very strong showing on the Democratic side. I'm talking about now.
That's the big question. Will Pritzker have coattails? Will he be able to pull along the other statewide offices? It's looking so good so far for those, but those some congressional seats that have been kind of in play. Right. Those are going to be the big questions.
Right, especially with all the redistricting questions. The candidates themselves having to get used to an entirely different electorate than the ones they've been dealing with in the past. Right. Not to mention the electorate. I'm sure people showed up at the polls today, some of them, and are like, wait a minute, where's my congressperson that I've been voting for the past so many years? Yeah,
that happened in the primary, especially on the south side in that first congressional district. There were a number of people who maybe were in the Hyde Park area who thought they were in that district who they were moved to the second and didn't know it until they voted.
Yeah, so they didn't have 17 candidates then to look at.
We'll have that in the mayor's race. That's coming up.
Yeah, you're right, Laura. You're right. Still to come, right?
Yes.
To be determined, yeah.
In the gubernatorial race, there was a lot of money spent on campaign ads. You've got the billionaire versus the farmer. It was a lot of mudslinging, a lot of negative ads. We didn't see a lot of proof of performance ads until today of the candidates touting what they are getting credit for, what they've done for the state of Illinois, what they'd like to do moving forward. We know that crime, inflation, and economics was at the top of mind for all of these voters. How do you think it factored in? Because 2 weeks ago, there was a double-digit lead for Governor J.B. Pritzker, but then today, in the last 48 hours, it was down to a single-digit lead. How do you make that happen?
Well, given how early the race was called, it would have seemed to indicate maybe that late polling was not very accurate, and maybe that double-digit lead was more real than the other. The other thing you mentioned, money in politics. This was a case where we saw Richard Uihlein, the billionaire from Northern Illinois, spend $50-some million on this race, and it all for naught. Just like we saw Ken Griffin, the billionaire who now has left Illinois to move to Florida and backed Ron DeSantis for president. These billionaires are spending a lot of money and not necessarily getting value for what they do now. J.B. Pritzker, a billionaire in his own right, spent a lot of money to get himself.
Yeah, if you could fund your own campaign and spend hundreds of,
We talked about maybe $140 million in this campaign, $172 million in 2018. That is a lot of money. And some of the ads really went after one another, and they just were very vicious.
Yeah, it was as negative a campaign as I can remember at the statewide level in Illinois. The debates were really just deplorable in the sense that them standing there side by side calling each other liars. We really did not learn much about what either one of these candidates might have done. Now, J.B. Pritzker had a track record. We sort of know what to expect from him. We think we might have known what to expect from Bailey as well, but still,
Bailey
they didn't
calling
do much.
Chicago a hellhole. How do you think that went over with some of the voters?
Well, he wasn't ever going to get a lot of votes in Chicago.
Okay.
And so it played well to his base, especially downstate. Let's not forget, he was the one who introduced a resolution while he was in the State House to kick Chicago out of the state.
Right.
So he's never been a fan.
I want to ask both of you, though. I mean, when we saw what was happening with these ads, and at some point I even wonder, I know from the public, I think I could speak in general, they're like, oh my gosh, we're sick of seeing them.
Right.
But what effectiveness do they have? On the one side, it's, oh, you're an extremist. On the other side, well, no, you're a radical. This back and forth name calling, and it becomes, we expect it now, but does it really hold weight to voters, do you think?
I think it does have an impact because voters are so busy involved with so many other things in their lives. They're just not paying that much attention. They're not necessarily following these races so much in the media, so that's all they see. But you got to remember that fewer and fewer people are watching these ads. They're maybe relying more on social media, and I think that was one of the interesting things about Bailey's campaign. He spent a lot of his time and energy on social media, partly because it's a cheaper way to advertise than buying TV ads, and so that reaches younger audiences. And I think the audiences are getting their storylines and they are getting their information from more and more diverse places. So I think ads are going to have a diminishing impact as we go forward.
I know we're still waiting, of course, for the state legislative results to come in, and I know you have some thoughts about that already, Laura, in terms of which way this is going to go. And you may well be right. I heard what you said earlier. I'm just curious as to when it comes to bipartisanship in the state of Illinois. Well, some could argue, has there even been? Has that gone a long, long time ago?
Yes,
it has. You're saying, yeah.
Yes. Well, the Democratic Party has been, under Mike Madigan, primarily has been ruling the state for decades, and I don't see that anything is going to change that. The Republican Party is really weak now politically because of the Uihleins and the Griffins and the Bruce Rowners who dominated their politics by being able to back and fund their candidates. Those guys are gone now, so that doesn't leave a lot of room and a lot of power for the Republican Party going forward.
And one of the most interesting fights in the State House is brewing in the sense of Jim Durkin, the leader of the House, is possibly going to be under attack from Peter Ozinga from the Ozinga cement family fortune. And so the Republicans really are at a loss for where to go. No statewide offices, et cetera. So it's the battle to watch after election night will be what is the leadership of the Republican, of the small Republican minority in the House of Representatives.
We have to put you on the spot, both of you. Okay, it seems like Governor Pritzker has been reelected by a large number. People are talking underground that he is going to run for president. What do you know? Who do you know? Tell us anything in scoop that you have.
It's not just
some
underground.
Insight.
He was out in New Hampshire. He was
That's
in
right.
Florida
Yeah, go to New Hampshire,
campaigning
right.
for gubernatorial
Right.
candidates. He's put a lot of money into candidates across the country. He's saying he's going to serve 4 years, but he left himself a little bit of out when he talked about that at a debate. If he has a big win tonight, that gives him a head of steam to move ahead. He has a record to run on. He's a governor. Governors always fare well in presidential campaigns. So I think the commentary is going to not just be underground anymore, Cheryl. I think it's going to be above ground and continuing.
Of course, his sister.
Well, yes, he's made it quite evident. The question is, as Laura points out, governors often think they can be president. Who are the other Democratic governors whom he'll be running against? Gavin Newsom in California in particular comes to mind. And when you pair up Pritzker against Newsom on their track records, it'll be at very best a tough battle for Governor Pritzker. One thing coming out of tonight's election is the margin of victory. His approval rating in the polls leading to the election was about 46%. He couldn't make it move above that. That's not a super strong endorsement if you're looking at national aspirations.
We're going to pause for a moment here and just take a moment as we're going to be back with Governor J.B. Pritzker coming to the stage. Good evening. We're interrupting our network coverage here. You see J.B. Pritzker has taken to the podium here in Chicago as he has been declared the winner of tonight's race for
By
governor.
Associated Press. It happened about 7:09 tonight. Let's listen in, everybody.
Write a new playbook that we would put government back on the side of working families. That we would be bold, and we didn't waste any time. We raised the minimum wage to a livable wage. We guaranteed a woman's right to choose. We balanced the budget, paid all our overdue bills, and got 6 credit upgrades. We expanded health care to 500,000 more people. We increased college scholarships for 26,000 more students. And we legalized cannabis. We created more small businesses than ever before, and we grew our economy to over $1 trillion. Just a few minutes ago, the news networks called this race in our favor. And I'm grateful tonight. Tonight that Illinois continues a long tradition of peaceful and fair elections. And I am so thrilled to spend 4 more years as your governor. There are a few people that I want to thank this evening, starting with my wonderful wife and children. Public service is demanding, especially on the loved ones who sacrifice more than they asked for. So to MK and to Teddy and Don, thank you for supporting me in this endeavor. I love you more than life itself. To my running mate and the best lieutenant governor Illinois has ever known, Juliana, I'm privileged every day of this wild ride to have your partnership, share in your strength, and find joy in your friendship. Thank you, thank you, thank you. to my campaign manager, Mike Olin, and our tremendous staff. You are the finest campaign team anywhere. Two of the nation's biggest MAGA Republican billionaires, along with their teams of political grifters, they spewed lies and innuendo, and you showed them that Illinois is a state that stands up for working families and rejects their selfish agenda. To Ann Caprera, who can finish my sentences and almost knows before I do what my instincts are on every policy matter, the depths of my gratitude and admiration are endless. Most importantly, to the people of Illinois, thank you for placing your trust in me to carry out this mission for 4 more years. I won't let you down. Are you ready for the fight? Now that's a question that I've ended a lot of my political speeches with during this campaign. But tonight, I begin with it. 90 years ago, Illinois elected a new governor named Henry Horner, who took office in 1933 during the Great Depression, and when fascism was on the rise worldwide. Shortly after his inauguration, he delivered one of the most important speeches of his. In retrospect, his words were eerily timeless and prescient. Horner said, "We all realize that we are living in abnormal and unusual times, times requiring unusually clear thinking and sacrificial action. Do you realize that our vaunted civilization is at stake, and the responsibility of preserving it is laid upon all of us who believe in sustaining it?" That was Henry Horner's way of asking his audience, are you ready for the fight? Well, when I was making the decision to run for a second term as governor of Illinois, I asked myself if I was ready for the fight again. Because this is a moment requiring a steel spine for the years ahead, as our nation's fundamental ideals are under siege. I love this job, and I've never shied away from its demands. I love you too. But if I was going to serve for another 4 years, I wanted to make sure that I was prepared to bring the happy warrior spirit into this job again. Because leading the fight in a battle ought to bring joy if the purpose is meaningful. Optimism in politics is often dismissed as Pollyanna-ish. But like most virtues worth cultivating, its power is in its humility. I admire happy warriors, and I think of myself as among them, because here's what it is to be a happy warrior: to find calm when the times are chaotic, to respond to cruelty with compassion, to gladly be the first to suit up for a worthwhile battle and be the last to give up in a difficult dogfight, to celebrate victory but never dwell in it, to laud progress but never let it be enough. And precisely when the battles are hard and the challenges many, that's when the spelunkers for misery feed off the dark fears that people harbor in difficult times. And that is the moment when a happy warrior can carry us forward and says, I've been in this dark place before and I know the way out. Let's be honest, the abnormal and unusual times that Henry Horner talked about are here once again. And just like back then, our values are under siege, but they are worth fighting for. And I will not let our challenges crush the spirit that I've always brought to this job. Facing this moment requires that every happy warrior find a little bit of a nomadic warrior in them as well. Facing this moment means fighting these battles together. Together we must be bold, and we must never shy away from our big D democratic or little d democratic values. Together with pride and dignity, today we reaffirm what we are fighting for. Jobs that lift you up, not wear you down. A quality education that's not just a prize you win for growing up in the right part of town or being born to the right set of parents. Access to health care that doesn't just keep you alive, but keeps you healthy. Better wages that fund joy and not just survival. A world that's just a little bit easier to live in, where it's not so hard to make ends meet. Climate and an environment that is made better for our children than the way we found it. Public safety that brings peace to our neighborhoods, justice to our communities, and addresses not only the aftermath of crime, but the causes of it. A world where public health policy is based on science, not fantasy. One where polio and AIDS and, yes, COVID can be eradicated by new discoveries and not just wished away by Facebook fakery. Schools where books are not banned, nor children shielded from the truth about all of our American history. Where this younger generation rising, a generation full of empathetic, courageous truth tellers, are not robbed of the critical thinking skills that are their best armor against a world of swirling disinformation. A Supreme Court that cannot take away from a woman what they never had the constitutional or moral right to regulate in the first place. And to all of you, let me be even clearer. To anyone who thinks that they can come into this state and try to force some right-wing MAGA war on a woman's body, you will never get an inch of Illinois. And finally, here in the land of Lincoln, the home state of Barack Obama, the first state to ratify the 13th and 19th Amendments ending slavery and guaranteeing a woman's right to vote, we will never surrender in the battle against hate. Racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, we have conquered none of these obscenities. In fact, every effort to call them out has fueled the rise of a new movement devoted to their skillful repackaging, in the hopes that we will be so afraid of being called woke that we will be too exhausted to fight the next resurgence of the world's most persistent and ancient evils. You see, hate is a chronic condition. The patient can get better, but we can never stop being vigilant in preventing its return. Unfortunately, a cancer has spread through one ideological wing of this nation to infect the patient itself. They've had ample opportunity to treat the disease, and they have refused to do so at every turn. The result has been treasonous insurrectionists tearing down the doors of the U.S. Capitol. The maiming of Capitol Police, and an attack on the 82-year-old husband of the Speaker of the House with a hammer in his own home. There's no nice or easy way to say this, but until the Republican Party is ready to expel the extremists in their midst, we need to do it for them at the ballot box. The fight for democracy, the fight for freedom, the fight for liberty, the fight for decency should be peaceful, but not be timid. It needs to be out loud. It should afford no politician a convenient rhetorical hiding place. You don't get to wave a moderate flag from your front porch while you're having a picnic in the backyard with insurrectionists. And don't claim that the Republican Party is being labeled unfairly, because here we are, 2 years into cleaning up the wreckage of Donald Trump's presidency, poised to watch this man announce his return to national politics within days. You know why? Because GOP politicians, with the exception of only a few souls, are too cowardly, too simpering to support the best interests of the nation because they're afraid of being called insulting nicknames by a whiny bully. To the fake patriots and their enablers, you don't love the United States if you're not willing to defend it against a man who would destroy it. Donald Trump is the modern embodiment of tyranny that our founders feared the most. So don't lecture us about norms or typical political practices. Against a party that nominates and endorses anti-Semites and racists and anti-immigrant zealots, appeasement and complacency do not work. I know. My family fled that kind of tyranny, and I helped survivors build a Holocaust museum. You know what works? Winning works. When the rights and freedoms of our most vulnerable people are disregarded, when the welfare and education of all of our children are under siege, when the guardrails of our democracy, the load-bearing walls of institutions of government, the freedoms that this state's most famous son died to protect are under attack, well then winning is not a luxury but a necessity. So yes, Illinois, I am here and I am ready for the fight. Are you ready for the fight too? These days ahead will be hard, but do not tell me the fight cannot be won. The fabric of our nation has been frayed and torn before, and Illinois has always had a large role in putting it back together. This state is a special place. This sacred patch of land sandwiched between great rivers and a great lake keeps finding a way to produce great people. Whether your bread is served at Blackbird Bakery or Brown Sugar Bakery, whether your beer is poured at Galena Brewing Company or Revolution Brewery, whether you like your short rib at Broad Gauge or Virtue or 17th Street Barbecue, whether you're a Saluki, a Wildcat, or Fighting Illini, Illinois' excellence defies division. Our land is as beautiful as it is vast, and our people as kind as they are courageous. Over the last 4 years, you have found a million different ways to show the world that goodness is a choice that so many people here in Illinois make. Like Chef Q of Evanston, who turned her successful catering business into a meal delivery service for families in need during COVID. Or the Granite City High School Student Council, who spends the entire year raising money to distribute Thanksgiving dinner to over 150 families in need. Or Rabbi Yosef Shanowitz, who on July 4th of this year rushed to the Highland Park Hospital to go door to door for people of all faiths to provide counseling and healing. At every possible opportunity, Illinoisans reach for small moments of joy and great heights of achievement. From street performer Andrew David serenading Chicago with the song Hallelujah during the early days of the pandemic, to Naperville teenager Lucy Westlake becoming the youngest American woman to summit Mount Everest, to Kimberly Adami Hasegawa putting a smile on my face during the worst days of the pandemic with her Spritzers with Pritzker Twitter account. Our people are rich in the things that make life grand. We have earned the right to take pride in this state. And I remain humbled that you've chosen me again to be your governor. 4 years ago, I told you about my mom, about the struggle that she waged with alcoholism that ultimately took her life. And I told you how the burden of anyone who loses a parent young is to feel the weight placed upon you of the potential of your parents' unlived years. Never has that responsibility seemed more important to me than right now, in the battles for choice, for justice, for freedom that my mother thought that she had won before she died. So I choose to fight. I choose to fight to protect Illinois families. I choose to fight to protect our workers. I choose to fight for women's rights, for civil rights, for voting rights. I choose to fight for the better world imagined by those who never let their hopes be reined in by their experiences. I choose to fight the fights my mother never gave up on, the fights she left for me to finish. Henry Horner said something else that night back in 1933, and it's his words that I want to leave you with. He said, "The only way to carry out any great purpose is not on your shoulders, but in your heart. Carry it on your backs, and it may tear you down. Carry it in your hearts, and it will lift you up." Horner was right. So Illinois, together we will carry in our hearts the great purpose of our time, so we will survive and thrive and love and heal. Thank you, Illinois. God bless you, and God bless this great state.
Governor J.B. Pritzker with an enthusiastic victory speech tonight. Do you see him there? Of course, greeting his wife, MK, his children, Teddy and Don, and certainly happy. And at the same time, using this opportunity to point a very sharp finger, I think it would be fair to say, at the Republican Party and what he has seen happen to the Republican Party in recent years and what it has stood for. Going back to 1933, to quote Governor Henry Horner a number of times, and saying we're living in an abnormal and unusual times. And then going on further than to say why he believes that where he is standing is the right place to be.
Those words still ring true today. He talked about the battle for choices, the battle for justice, and the battle for freedom. Of course, his inspiration, his mother. He always talks about his journey story and the fact that he lost her at a young age and how that has shaped his life today, and how he fights for women's rights, for civil rights. They were all on the ballot, according to him, tonight. As you look on the stage and see Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton with her husband and her 4 daughters. And tonight you are looking at a re-elected Governor J.B. Pritzker here in the state of Illinois. He promised his supporters tonight 4 more years that he will fight for them. He called them happy warriors. And he said right now they are under a siege. And Juliana Stratton says they are vanguards for their own government. Everyone in that room tonight celebrating a re-election for Governor J.B. Pritzker.
The governor certainly taking advantage of giving a speech that not only would be perceived in Illinois, but of course heard and watched by a much larger, perhaps national audience as well. We're going to go back to our network coverage from ABC News as they continue to bring up the speed, of course, on what's going on nationally. And we'll be back here, of course, to give you updates throughout this evening as well. We'll see you then in just a bit.
Well, good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us on our continuing coverage here streaming night on election night for the midterms. Good evening, I'm Cheryl Burton.
And I'm Alan Kraszewski. And now joining us by Zoom this evening is former Illinois Governor Jim Edgar. Governor, it is so great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Nice to be with you.
I don't know, Governor, if you had a chance to hear Governor Pritzker's speech. You heard it. Okay, good. Because that's exactly.
On his re-election. I hope he serves 4 years as governor of Illinois.
Were you taking notes? You're taking notes too.
In that speech, though.
I want to ask you, and we were talking earlier too with Laura and David Greising here in terms of where the Republican Party stands right now in the state of Illinois, and for that matter, what it could do to rebuild its power base if that's possible even at this point. And you heard what Governor Pritzker said and the sharp finger he was pointing at Republicans in general, as he put it, who've allowed a cancer to spread through the ideological wing of the nation.
Well, I think that, he's got some valid points nationally about the Republican Party. I think the Trump impact has not been a positive thing for the party or the nation. And Illinois, I don't think we're quite that far. We crept a little bit that direction this year, but I think Illinois still has in this party, the Republican Party, people who are pragmatic, who want to get things done. And time will only tell whether we can build the party back and to be a viable two-party system in Illinois, or if we just become a minority party of a minority view of one section of the state. And that would be unfortunate because this state needs a viable two-party system. Voters ought to have a choice on election day. And not only after election day, we have to have the two parties come together and solve the problems. I think you get far better government when you have two parties working together than you just have one party calling all the shots.
Governor Edgar, you represent the Republican Party tonight. Going forward for Darren Bailey, he has not come out to concede the race tonight. But what must he do, and what must those who did not vote for Governor Pritzker do and rally together to move the state of Illinois forward to a better place?
Well, I hope the election's over, and it appears that Governor Pritzker is going to be reelected, and we accept that, and we ought to go ahead and work with him when we can, and not just try to continue the fight that ended today at the election. We'll have a chance in another 4 years to go after the governor's office. But in the meantime, I think we have to try to come together as a state and to solve problems. And as I said, my experience in government, and I usually had a Democratic legislature to deal with, government policy is usually better when it's a compromise because you got all points of view and everybody's at the table. So it's not only, it takes into consideration the different, and this is a very diverse state, to take in the different points of view, but it's also more accepted by the public if it's done jointly. I think one of the problems we had with COVID in Illinois, and I don't criticize what Governor Pritzker did, but unfortunately it was kind of Governor Pritzker. The Republicans didn't sign on or didn't agree or maybe didn't feel like they were consulted enough. And I think we'd have been better off. It'd have been a joint effort. Now, as governor, sometimes you don't have the luxury to wait for the legislature or for the other party to come on board, particularly with something like COVID, you had to move quickly. But I do hope that as we move forward, it's going to take both sides. I hope Governor Pritzker, I know you can't help but look at the presidency when you're governor of a large state like Illinois and he has the resources he has. But I do hope that he won't let that take him from his efforts to try to reach across the aisle and find compromise with Republicans and not feel like he has to always go to the left to keep primary presidential Democratic voters happy. So that'll be interesting to see how he handles that in the next 2 years. But again, I do think it's important for Republicans to realize, hey, we didn't win the election. We shouldn't keep fighting the election. It's in the past. We need to move forward, and we need to, when we can, hopefully, and the governor too, when he will reach out and the two parties can work together.
Well, Governor, I certainly hope that's the case, as you mentioned. And of course, it would take then both sides, and of course the Democratic Party in particular, with their leadership, to say we are willing to listen to what Republicans are asking for in order to get anywhere when all the power is concentrated in one party's hands.
Yeah. And
it's far better when you have a checks and balance in government. And unfortunately, we don't really have that right now in Illinois. It's not to say the Democrats are wrong. Yeah. It's just it would be better if we had a little more input from the Republicans in setting public policy.
Former Governor Jim Edgar, thank you so much for joining us this evening. We really appreciate your insight and joining us tonight. Thank you.
It's been an honor, for sure. Thanks so much for that. And of course, some of the candidates in this campaign season were running on a campaign of healing. So perhaps moving forward, after the Governor Edgar said, you know, they have to come together so that the state can move together forward in a positive way. So what an honor to have his words here tonight and insight, of course, on this midterm election.
We have some other results, too, that we're getting in now. ABC News is projecting that Jesus Chuy Garcia projected to win re-election in the 4th District. And before we go any further with any other results, the next question is going to be, is he going to remain in his position as a congressman, or is he going to run for mayor against Lori Lightfoot? So, Laura and David, let me throw that out to you and see what...
By all accounts, he's already planning to make an announcement for mayor on Thursday.
Waited
a couple days.
Give it a little chance
he had to, of course, wait until after he was reelected to Congress, because it would be very unseemly for him to look like he's running for 2 offices at the same time. But he looks like he's going to be in.
But then that opens up the 4th congressional district, then, obviously, in terms of what's going to happen there.
He's got to get to the mayor's...
first things first.
And that's going to be a tough fight. He's going to have a lot of challenges because how late he's getting in the race. He hasn't even begun to raise any serious money. He's got to build up an organization. He has the advantages because he already ran a really powerful race against Rahm Emanuel a few years ago. But he's got an uphill battle to climb.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because the word on the street is that he was waiting on the day that Harold Washington announced his candidacy, and that would be Thursday, which is 2 days after he wins tonight, which is the projected by Associated Press. So this is going to be a very interesting week because Harold Washington and Chuy Garcia were very good friends, very good advocates, very loyal to one another. So it will be interesting to see what happens later on. Let's go now to look at some more of the results here on this election night. In the 10th district for the U.S. House, Brad Schneider is ahead with 62% of the vote, with 85% of the votes reporting at this hour. 108,000 votes cast for Brad Schneider versus his challenger, Joe Severino, with 38%, 67,000 votes cast for him tonight.
And we'll look again at this is the 1st congressional district here, and Jonathan Jackson, the son of the Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., has a significant lead at this point over Eric Carlson, 63% to 37%, with 36% of the vote in that 1st congressional district. All of these districts have taken a new shape, and this one stretches much further now to the south and a little bit out to the west, but still firmly, of course, entrenched in Chicago's south side.
All right, Samantha Chapman tonight live for us at the Jackson campaign headquarters with the latest there and reaction tonight. Samantha, what's happening where you are?
Good evening, Cheryl and Alan. I am here at the South Shore Cultural Center, and yeah, it's been a kind of a party throughout the night. Things are kind of chill right now, but earlier they had a band, and the supporters, they were really pumped and excited for the night. You know, this is a really historic night, and historic night indeed, because as you know, Bobby Rush, he was in this seat. He held this seat in the 1st Congressional District for nearly 3 decades. He was first elected in 1993, so this is a really big deal. And some of the supporters I spoke with, they spoke on it being such a great big deal and the shoes that Jonathan Jackson would have to fill if he were elected. And of course, ABC News projecting that he will be the winner in this race. So again, very big shoes to fill. Rush has been a pillar in the community and a civil rights leader. Growing up here in Chicago, I can tell you that I have seen the way that the community has responded to him, particularly on the south side. Very big shoes to fill. Jonathan Jackson was hoping to be Rush's successor, and again, ABC News is projecting that he will be just that. As many of you know, Jonathan Jackson is the son of the civil rights leader, Reverend Jesse Jackson. Jonathan wins tonight, according to, he was a projected winner, I should say, according to ABC News. And I can tell you that he is apparently walking in right now, right behind me. He's walking in A lot of people have been waiting on his appearance, and there he is. He's walking in. I was told by some of his campaign folks that this night has already been extremely emotional for him. He's coming into the song, All I Do Is Win, so they've been projecting this, or at least expecting this, his campaign, all night. They've been saying we are expecting victory, and now he's walking into the song, All I Do Is Win. So we'll be hearing from him, I believe, in just a short bit. Of course, we are still waiting on official results, but ABC News has projected Jonathan Jackson to be the winner of the 1st Congressional District. An historic night again because Bobby Rush, he held that seat for nearly 3 decades. His supporters say they believe that Jonathan Jackson can handle this. They believe that they are big shoes to fill, but they say this is the man that will be able to continue the legacy. And we'll be able to see later on tonight what he has to say about all of this, and his supporters as well. Reporting live from the South Shore Cultural Center, Samantha Chapman, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Alan and Cheryl, back to you.
Samantha, thanks so much. A big win tonight for Jonathan Jackson in that role. And we'll point out again that in order for him to win tonight and to get here, he did have to make it through that primary in the 1st Congressional District, in the footsteps of Bobby Rush, first of all. But then secondly, with all those other candidates that were there in that primary election, and to beat and wind up on the top, and he's in the victory situation.
Right, and Bobby Rush
did not endorse him.
Right, yes.
Right, another candidate, but Bobby Rush also talked about how he has a long, close relationship with the Jackson family, and so there are no hard feelings, and I think Bobby Rush will be there to support him going forward.
And of course, he will need his leadership. He's been in that position for so long. And moving forward, sometimes elections and campaigns present different opportunities, but then when they're over, things change. And people will learn from the leadership prior to them. You can't not help but learn from Bobby Rush, who has held this seat. He's been an elder statesman for so many years. The relationship between Bobby Rush and the Jackson family, his brother, Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr., this is a political dynasty. And if you talk to Jonathan, the goals that he has, the dreams, and how he wants to be different from the standards that his family has already set. So this is yet to be chapters to be written here in Chicago history in this political dynasty.
Yeah, you can believe that Rush is not going anywhere. He said when he announced his retirement, he was retiring from Congress, but not from politics, and he was going to continue to be involved.
That's right. Yeah.
He's got a church in the district, and he's going to be there waiting to
an active presence.
Wisdom to be tapped.
That's right, wisdom to be tapped.
Would that be Reverend Rush now? Reverend Rush, yes. All right.
Well, let's go to the U.S. Senate race. We had already said earlier this evening that Tammy Duckworth has a resounding win this evening, 49%. Kathy Salvi, the attorney in Lake County, with 40%. Let's check in with Sarah Schulte. She's with the Duckworth campaign in Chicago. Sarah?
Well, Alan, when Tammy Duckworth beat Mark Kirk 6 years ago, the race was called at 7:04. Tonight, she beat it by 2 minutes. It was called at 7:02. And while we all know her personal story is very compelling, Duckworth credits those big victories for hard work during the past 6 years as a legislator. Many credit her for saving the American Disabilities Act. She also says she worked hard during this campaign, covering the entire state. She gave a speech just a short time ago where she talked about defending the Constitution, especially rights for women and rights for people with disabilities. She also spoke about how she's a living example of the American dream.
Just a few minutes ago, I received a very gracious phone call from Kathy Salvi congratulating me and conceding the election, and congratulating me and wishing me the best of luck, and showing her confidence that I will serve the people of Illinois well. So thank you, Kathy, for running a very good campaign. To all of Kathy's supporters, please know that over this next term, I'm going to work to lift up all Illinoisans, not just those who voted for me, and that I'll never stop fighting to better this state that we all love.
And while it was a big victory for Tammy Duckworth tonight, she is confident that the Democrats will hang on to the Senate, although she predicts it may not be finalized tonight, but she is confident that the Democrats will hang on to the Senate. Live at the planetarium, Sarah Schulte, ABC 7 Eyewitness News, back to you.
All right, Sarah, thanks so much. I want to turn now to the other side in that race. Kathy Salvi's headquarters, Eric Hong is there. Eric, what is the situation you're hearing there tonight?
Yeah, Alan, this was always going to be an uphill battle for Kathy Salvi going up against an incumbent opponent with high name recognition, a national political figure in Senator Tammy Duckworth. The 63-year-old Salvi greeted with cheers and hugs by supporters here in River North tonight. Salvi, a personal injury attorney based in Lake County and a former assistant public defender, during the campaign said Duckworth was a rubber stamp for President Biden as it related to inflation, the rise in crime, border policy, and other issues. But Salvi tonight, while addressing supporters, striking a conciliatory tone.
I've just called Senator Duckworth to congratulate her on a hard-fought victory. While she and I differ on many issues, we share the view that we need to strengthen our economy, make our communities safe, and restore civility to our political system.
This was Salvi's first run for statewide political office, and she faced off against an opponent who had an 18-1 campaign cash advantage in the end in early night for Kathy Salvi. Live in River North, Eric Hong, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Rick.
Very nice. Thanks so much for that. Now, we are also keeping a close eye tonight on several races across the country that could play a role in whether Democrats or Republicans win control of the House and the Senate. Only one seat in the Senate needed to be overturned, 5 in the House. Rob Ilgus tonight keeping a track on those results for us. Rob.
Cheryl and Alan, I've been wanting to touch this board all night. Finally, we got something to tell you. Okay, we talked about the balance of power in the Senate earlier and also the U.S. House, and we have some new information here. This is according to ABC News. The GOP now has 213 seats in the U.S. House, has gained 4 seats, 1 in Georgia and 3 in Florida. So we're going to go ahead and change this. So now, according to of course, it's not going to work for me here. We'll change. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and there's 4. So now, as it sits, the GOP has gained 4 seats in the U.S. Congress. Real quick, I want to show you what's going on in the 1st Congressional District here. You talked about Jonathan Jackson. So here are the numbers. And you can see, if we turn our heat map on, what this shows is you can see how well he did in this is Cook County. So you see how well he did in that county, 83% to 17%. As you mentioned, the Associated Press has called this race. So Jonathan Jackson did quite well. We're still watching the balance of power in the Senate, 50-50. We take the independents and we put the 2 independents with the 48 Democrats who caucus together to call this a 50-50. There's some tight races, as you know, in Georgia, in Pennsylvania. None of those have been called. We'll keep an eye on that as well. But once again, U.S. House Republicans have now, Alan and Cheryl, gained 4 seats.
Well, they need 5, according to the political analysts, to flip and to own the House. So they need only 1 more here. And
some of the other races,
Senate,
though, could still change, though, right? So there's a possibility that some. But you're right. Right now, as it stands, Cheryl, yes. If all the polls were in, not all the polls, all the precincts were in, that could be the case. Sure. Still early, but this is a big gain. 4 gains for the Republicans.
Yeah, Rob, you look at that. It's just such a narrow situation. There, it's going to change in the House. At least that's what's expected to happen here, of course. The Senate, of course, even so slim. And as we know this evening, as we've been talking as well, these key races that have been right down to the wire in terms of when you look at what voters were saying they were going to do anyway, prior to going to the polls today, how tight it was going to be in states like Georgia and Pennsylvania and Nevada. And of course, Arizona at the governor's level too.
Michigan, Iowa. I mean, there's so many on the docket tonight. And of course, they only need 1 seat to flip to regain power in the Senate. So, of course, patience. Some of these races will not even be decided before the weekend is here because they're so close. And they have to do the voter verification in some of the cities. There was a ton of mail-in ballots, of course. And there is record turnout this year. I mean, yesterday, what was it? Something like 40 million, 50 million people had already voted in pre-voting elections. So it's going to take some time to get all of these.
And even with the different states having their different rules as to when you count those types of ballots and when they fit into the overall mix to see how things are.
It used to be when the margins were so close that you would have to have some horse trading in legislation. And if you had a 50-50 split, it didn't necessarily mean one party was going to dominate. Today, things are so partisan in both houses of Congress that if you get something close to that, all the Democrats vote with all the Democrats, Republicans. So really the balance of power is on the line in just these tiny number of seats.
All right, we're going to take a short break and we're going to check back in. We're going to do TV. We'll be back in a minute.
From ABC 7 Eyewitness News, this is a Vote 2022 election update.
And good evening, everybody. We join you again to bring you updates on some of the biggest races this election night here in Illinois.
Well, let's start with the most expensive race in the state. This is the one for Illinois governor. The Associated Press calling the race for Governor J.B. Pritzker, and did so shortly after the polls closed, right after 7 o'clock this evening. But you can see the vote percentages there of 57% for J.B. Pritzker and 40% for Darren Bailey. The governor fending off that challenge from the Republican this evening, and the governor speaking just a few moments ago.
I choose to fight. I choose to fight to protect Illinois families. I choose to fight to protect our workers. I choose to fight for women's rights, for civil rights, for voting rights.
There are still several races too close to call tonight, and that includes the race in Illinois' 6th congressional district. Incumbent Democrat Sean Casten has taken a lead over Republican challenger Keith Peacock. Karen Jordan tonight with the Casten campaign, and she joins us with a late update. Karen.
Well, Cheryl, the mood here is upbeat but subdued. Sean Casten's supporters here in Burr Ridge watching the returns. The incumbent actually has not arrived here in Burr Ridge just yet, as he spent the day catching up with other supporters and volunteers. Casten first elected to Congress during the blue wave of 2018, the first Democrat to represent the district in nearly 50 years. The climate scientist turned politician hopes to retain his seat for a third term in what is a closely watched race around the country. It could tip the balance of power in Washington. With the 6th district being remapped this year, Casten was not known to many of his constituents, but he is confident that he was able to connect with him. His opponent is Keith Peacock, the mayor of Orland Park. My colleague Stephanie Wade is following that campaign. We're going to follow her now.
Hey, Karen. Well, we are still waiting for more results to roll in here, but Republican candidate Keith Peacock speaking to the crowd just moments ago, still optimistic. He says he wanted to take the time now to thank his supporters, thank his campaign team. Again, we will be waiting here for more results.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Thank you. We'll have more updates for you in just about half an hour.
Thank you. All right. All right, welcome everybody back here on the stream team. In the Illinois' 14th congressional district race, it is incumbent Democrat Lauren Underwood versus Republican challenger Scott Grider. Let's take a look here at the district and how it encompasses a very large area with these new congressional redistricting maps. The 14th district includes areas further west and southwest of the city. So let's take a look at some of the results so far that have been recorded. With 44% of the votes reporting tonight, Lauren Underwood, the incumbent, with 57% of the vote cast for her, with 76,000 votes cast. Scott Grider, her competitor tonight, challenger, with 58,000 votes cast at 43%.
Evelyn Holmes is with the Underwood campaign in Plainfield this evening. Evelyn, what are you hearing?
Well, a lot of folks here gathering since the polls have closed. These are supporters of the incumbent sitting here watching the election results come in. It's still unclear when Lauren Underwood will appear. I just talked to her mother a few minutes ago, and she said, well, it's her night, and she's going to make sure that she appears, obviously, when she is supposed to. Now, remember, this is the 14th congressional district. It's one of those districts that's very closely watched. Remember, the Democrats flipped this district blue just a few years ago, and now Republicans are hoping to make it red again. Now, Republican candidate Scott Grider looking to unseat incumbent Democratic Congresswoman Lauren Underwood, the lawyer and current chairman of the Kendall County Board, says his message about inflation and government spending and crime is resonating with voters. Meanwhile, Congresswoman Lauren Underwood is seeking a third term after first being elected to represent the diverse and sprawling district back in 2018. The Naperville native says she's committed to lowering prescription drug prices and saving Social Security and Medicare. Both candidates accuse the opposing party of having no plan to address the struggles of everyday Americans.
A lot of people are hurting. Gas prices are still over $4. Grocery bills are going up. The heating season is here, and it's 33% more to heat your home now than it was 2 years ago.
My Republican colleagues in Congress, meanwhile, they don't have a serious plan to lower health care costs or fight inflation or stop price gouging at the gas pump or the grocery store.
Now, Underwood made her comments over the weekend during a last-minute rally where President Biden came in to give Illinois congressional district, or should I say Illinois congressional Democrats, a push just before this final election, before Tuesday. So, in essence, where we are now is that we're still just waiting to see the results. Some folks are feeling as though this might be a tighter race than what most think, but at this point, it appears as though that Underwood is ahead of her challenger, but of course, the night is young. Back to you guys.
All right, Evelyn, thank you so much. We're going to turn to another race this evening. This is a statewide office, the Secretary of State, and of course it is the first time in a quarter century, actually, that Jesse White was not on the ballot here for voters. And as you see here this evening, the battle between Alexi Giannoulias, the former state treasurer, actually, and State Representative Dan Brady on the Republican side, with Alexi Giannoulias declared the winner with 59% over Dan Brady with 39%.
Ravi Baichwala is with the Giannoulias campaign tonight, and he joins us live with an update with what's happening there. Ravi.
Cheryl and Alan, yes, we're in the Grand Ballroom at the Sheraton Grand Hotel, just on the other side of the water from you in downtown Chicago. And everyone is waiting for Alexi Giannoulias to come out. That word that he has won and that apparently Dan Brady has conceded here is not getting out to this crowd, at least not officially just yet. But we did just see an influx of people coming in, so we expect Alexi Giannoulias to join us probably within the next 5 or 6 minutes. We have seen a smattering of other politicians in here as well to celebrate what is expected to be a victory party and somewhat of a comeback story for someone who had such a great potential in Illinois politics more than a decade ago, but then lost a very difficult race. Alexi Giannoulias did back in 2010 for the U.S. Senate. This after serving as a very young treasurer here in the state of Illinois. Alexi Giannoulias was only 30 when he took over that statewide role, and then ran for the United States Senate in 2010 and was part of, on the wrong side, a part of a red wave in that midterm election against the first midterm election of Barack Obama's administration, and he lost that very close race to U.S. Senator at that time Representative Mark Kirk. So tonight, after many years of basically keeping a very low profile, Alexi Giannoulias deciding to get into the statewide race. He won a rather bruising primary campaign where in June, where he was not actually supported by some of the big lights in the Democratic Party. In fact, they had supported Anna de Valencia, the city clerk for the city of Chicago. Alexi Giannoulias was a very well-funded candidate back then, and he won that primary race going away, just as it appears to be the case tonight in overcoming his Republican rival for the statewide office. Since that time, it seems that people in the Democratic Party have come to Alexi Giannoulias. He is part of the Democratic ticket. He received a big endorsement and money from J.B. Pritzker, the re-elected governor of Illinois, and so he's fully in the firmament of these big Democratic stars and members of the ticket, and we're expecting him to be entertaining us and coming into this ballroom, talking to his supporters in the next few minutes, and we'll bring that to you now. And as well, we've got some words with Jesse White and what he thinks this race has all been about, and what he thinks Alexi Giannoulias can accomplish for this people of Illinois in the office that Jesse White has had since 1999. So that'll be a real change for the people of Illinois. But we're live here at the Sheraton Ballroom, downtown Chicago. Ravi Bajwal, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Okay, Ravi, thanks so much. Let's go over to the Republican side now. Mark Rivera is with the Brady campaign in Bloomington. Mark?
Yeah, Alan, good evening to you. I just got done speaking to Dan Brady one-on-one just a few minutes ago after he gave his concession speech, announcing that he spoke to Alexi Giannoulias and congratulated on his win just about 20 minutes ago. You know, Brady was saying that after a lifetime of service, a lifetime in politics, he was dealt cards that he just could not deal with and could not overcome in this race. But he did say that he's hopeful for the future of Illinois, and he said that he called his opponent, Alexi Giannoulias, to thank him and to congratulate him on his win. Now, he was describing this election throughout the election as an uphill battle, but he said that 20 years of experience at the legislature, working with the Secretary of State on issues like organ donation, budgeting, driver safety programs, and things like that would be enough to get him over the edge to go into this office. He said this is an office that he's always aspired to, that he wasn't picked for or tried to use as a stepping stone to anything else in government. And now in the future, there are unknown political waters for him. He's going to finish up veto session, and then he does not know exactly what's next. But he was standing there with his family as they were supporting him, and he offered these words of concession tonight.
It's an office that I really aspired to. I wasn't recruited from it prior to the primary, but I did go up against the establishment and the Republican side. I'm up against the establishment and the Democrat side. You know, it's David versus Goliath in both those areas. And so, you know, I want to be able to show again today to the electorate that hard work counts for something in Illinois politics.
Yes, and you know what? That wasn't exactly his concession speech. We'll get that to you as soon as we can. But I will say that he was very humble when he was up there with his family, standing there with his wife, his son, his daughter, all of them supporting him through this time. But of course, a big change in Illinois in terms of the person on the ballot, but not the party. Another 4 years of a Democrat in office here in the Secretary of State's office. Live in Bloomington, Mark Rivera, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you so much. Dan Brady, the Republican who's conceded already to Alexi Giannoulias. I should mention, too, Dan Brady had the endorsement of former Governor Jim Edgar as well in his attempt to become Secretary of State. Let me talk about that office, though. I mean, Jesse White's been in it for so long that we may sometimes forget that before Jesse White, and even when Jesse was in it, people would ask him all the time, do you have higher ambitions, higher ambitions? As we know, before Jesse White, there were a number of people who went through the Secretary of State's office who then went on to higher ambitions, or at least used it, perhaps.
George Ryan was
right, as a stepping stone. Exactly.
Republican.
Exactly. Right. So when you look at Alexi Giannoulias here, obviously former state treasurer and now Secretary of State, what do you think does it necessarily prevent a place for him to build upon? One would think so, of course, but we don't know what his ambitions are.
Well, you know, he had national aspirations when he was treasurer before. He had a close relationship with Barack Obama. He was constantly on the business channels talking about some of the innovative things he did in his office. He comes back 10 or 11 years later to rebuild his political career. And it wouldn't be surprising if he doesn't see this as a stepping stone to something else. Mark mentioned that Dan Brady said he would stay in that office. He would not make it a stepping stone. And I think all of the primary opponents that Giannoulias had also made that pledge. He would not do that. He would not pledge that he would remain in office.
That's an interesting distinction, isn't it? Because usually when candidates are asked that question,
sure, they say
I'm focused on this right now.
They fudge it. And so one would expect that he probably has his eye on higher office once he serves this term.
Well, he is the co-founder of a financial company, of course, and he played overseas professional basketball when he was very young. And Barack Obama was featured in his commercials early on in this campaign, and some young people too, because he wanted to seem like he wanted to inspire them. And during his campaign speeches, he said he was not running to be something, he was running to do something. including shortening lines at the Secretary of State's office, doing more online work. So what's his immediate work that he has to do if he does?
Well, the office always needs there's nothing like standing in line at the Secretary of State's office. So
at the
you mean that in the best way possible, right?
That's always a comedian's joke, the DMV.
Yeah, but he needed to say that because the idea with him has always been he's just using whatever it is to be the next stepping stone. Right. And he very likely could have his eyes. Dick Durbin's getting on in the years. If Dick Durbin wouldn't run for re-election, it might give Alexei Giannoulias a second chance at the Senate. The governor's office is filled for now, but who knows down the road. So the question when you're at that level, it becomes what is that next higher office? Or might it be, say, maybe a role in another Democratic administration, possibly. There are other ways to step up in class in politics, not just electoral politics.
It's funny you should say that because today, everywhere you saw Senator Dick Durbin, you saw Alexei Giannoulias today when they went to vote together, have lunch together. So it could all be symbolic just because of what you're saying. Anything is possible, you know, because tonight they say I'm for you for this amount of time, but the winds can change in a matter of days and hours.
Well, you talk about rebuilding a political career, though, in this case as well. There were questions, of course, that he faced him back during his treasurer regarding the banking operation, his family involvement in that, and the dealings they were had in that. I mean, this is the kind of thing that, I mean, anyone who has something like that in their history, obviously, it's going to be brought up again in politics should you decide you're going to aspire to something higher.
And that's probably why he lost his Senate race, was because of that scandal, and that really impacted his campaign. But he came back. It's been raised in this campaign, but it didn't really have legs. It's sort of like done that story.
Right.
He did a very good job of raising money, of building an organization. I mean, J.B. Pritzker did not endorse him in the primary. He endorsed another candidate, but he showed that he had the stuff and had the best campaign, and that's I think why he prevailed tonight.
Well, let's go to his headquarters. I believe Alexei Giannoulias is giving his victory speech right now, so let's listen in.
Friends and family, I appreciate you guys. After a long journey that started over 2 years ago, speaking to thousands of you over the course of several months on Zoom in the middle of COVID, it is such a breathtaking feeling to share this moment with all of you. And it is an absolute privilege and honor to be the first person in 24 years to be able to say thank you to the people of Illinois for making me the next. And he's here with us tonight. Please join me in thanking the legend, the icon, the man, passing me the baton, Secretary of State Jesse Weiss. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your friendship, and thank you for your leadership. I'm going to work hard to make sure I make you proud, sir. Over the next few days, there will be a lot of reflection over what today's election means for the future of our country, our planet, and our democracy, and we certainly have a lot of work to do in order to heal this nation. That is why my focus has always been and will be on restoring public trust. Trust, which is not that big of a word, but loaded with more meaning than any other in public service. The people of Illinois and across this nation trust us with a lot. Your tax dollars, your laws, your protections, your family's lives. And the people of Illinois have now entrusted me with the office that touches so many parts of your daily lives. And I promise you that I will earn that trust, and the Secretary of State's office will make your lives better, and we will make the lives of those who are poor and underserved better. And I will always, always fight for those who don't have a voice. But first, we have to bring trust and integrity back to Springfield. When I was state treasurer, my very first day in office, we passed the most wide-ranging comprehensive ethics package in state government, and I will do the same as soon as I enter the Secretary of State's office. See, trust in government in Illinois has been undermined by what we call the corruption tax, a tax that we will repeal and prove to you once again that this government works for you. Transparency, good government, and eliminating the time tax that many of you are paying just to access simple government services will be at the core of every single thing that I do as Secretary of State. During this campaign, we heard a lot from disgruntled and disheartened citizens who have lost faith in politics, have lost faith in government, in both parties. And while I'm telling you not to lose faith, I am telling you that you can believe again, that you can believe in the nobility and integrity and inspiration of public service, that there are people in office and running for office across the country that want to fight for you every single day, and I will fight for you every single day. And I will do it side by side with the working men and women of Illinois. And a lot of the coverage of this election has described this office as full of jobs. Actually, it's full of dedicated public servants, and I look forward to working with them, these fine public servants, and not being their boss, but their teammate and their colleague, and working together as a team. This was a very long and brutally hard campaign. But the real work for me starts now. Tomorrow morning, me and my team will get to work tomorrow, no days off. And while I look forward to celebrating tonight, and we will celebrate tonight, tomorrow is a work day for me and the team. I signed up for this hard work, and it starts right away. We will be launching a formal transition process this week, and we will announce our transition team chairs within 48 hours, along with a brand new website for all Illinoisans to tell us how we can do better and what you'd like to see in the Secretary of State's office. I am exhilarated. Bless you, my little girl. I am exhilarated and electrified at the thought of serving as Secretary of State of the greatest state and the greatest nation in the world. And one more lesson about tonight that I hope everyone heeds, but especially my little honey girls. Don't ever let anyone count you out. Don't ever let anyone say you're finished. Don't ever quit anything. Don't ever let anyone tell you to stay down on the mat, ever. If you believe in something and you believe in yourself, just keep moving forward always, no matter how painful and no matter what the odds are. The trials you face in life will introduce you to your strengths. But tonight is not about my comeback story. Tonight is about all of you, the people of Illinois. I want to thank you for putting your trust in me after I've been out of office for 12 years. And thank you for believing in me once again. There are some people that I specifically want to thank. I want to thank all of my supporters, all the people who knocked on doors, who put their my sign up in their lawns, my friends who I continue to ask for money from all the time. And we got a lot of it. So thank you for believing in me. Thank you for opening the doors of your homes and your offices and your workplace and telling your friends about this campaign and being a part of it. It means more to me than you could possibly imagine. I want to thank the elected officials who believed in me from day one, who remained my friends even when I was out of office, who went to war for me and fought for me. I don't know where they're at, but I want to give a special shout out to my friends in organized labor. They're the loud ones over there. But when I decided to do this, they signed up right away. I told them why I was doing it. They remembered the battles we fought when I was state treasurer. They are loyal. They have always been with me. I will never let you down. We will always fight for working families together. I love you guys, and I appreciate it. I want to thank my in-laws, who have been great, my wife's entire family, who have been really energized about this campaign, who are very excited about the campaign. I also want to thank two of my role models, and that's my two older brothers, Dimitri and George, who are not only my business partners, although they do all the work. They remind me what it means to be a great person. They've always been there for me. They push me when I'm a little tired and banged up. And most importantly, they've taught me what it means to be a great father. And their kids, Georgie, Alexandra, Sia, Celeste, and Flora, could not be better kids, and that's because of the parents that you and Carrie and Rebecca are, and I love you guys very, very much. I want to give a shout out to the greatest campaign team ever in the state of Illinois. These guys, we have been together for so many years. Terry Walsh, I know you're not supposed to name him on election night, but I love these guys. Terry Walsh, Eric Edelstein, my brother Eric, Aviva, Jason McGrath, Scott Kennedy, Mike Alexander, Mark Bergman, Mike Dorff, Anna Clausen, Rudy, Darius, Brandy, Bobby, Janelle, Dean, Jennifer, Katie.
And you're listening to the victory speech this evening from Alexi Giannoulias, the new Secretary of State of Illinois, whenever he is eventually sworn in, giving credit to his predecessor as well, Jesse White, who is also in the room, too.
Yeah, there is a changing of the guard, of course. We are going to pause just for a minute, and we're going to join you over in ABC 7. We'll be right back streaming live here at abc7chicago.com in just about 5 minutes. We'll be right back.
From ABC 7 Eyewitness News, this is a Vote 2022 election update.
And good evening. Thanks for joining us once again for our election night coverage.
Incumbent Democrat Governor J.B. Pritzker has declared himself the winner over Republican challenger Darren Bailey. Political reporter Craig Wall live tonight for us in Chicago South Loop with the governor's campaign and reaction there at the celebration. Craig.
Cheryl and Alan, the celebration winding down a little bit, the crowd thinning out, but they were celebrating a huge victory for J.B. Pritzker that'll send him back to Springfield for another 4 years. The governor thanking supporters and telling them that he is indeed thrilled to be serving Illinois for the next 4 years. But Pritzker's speech also appeared to be geared for an audience far beyond Illinois. In fact, nationally, he fired several attacks at former President Donald Trump, who said he is expected to announce another run in the days ahead for President Trump, that is. Abortion was a key issue that Pritzker hammered in his campaign, and he took a shot at the Supreme Court for overturning Roe v. Wade, and then he issued this warning.
Let me be even clearer. To anyone who thinks that they can come into this state and try to force some right-wing MAGA war on a woman's body, you will never get an inch of Illinois.
Pritzker also took shots at the Republican Party and in another indication that he was speaking to a national audience. He said the fabric of the nation has been torn, but Illinois has always had a large role in putting it back together, almost a foreshadowing for what he may do. Of course, he has been rumored to run for president, and so we'll just have to see how things have planned out there. Pritzker's margin of victory looks to be about the same as 4 years ago when he beat Bruce Rauner. Alan and Cheryl, back to you.
A very early victory declared tonight, 7:09 p.m. to be exact, Craig. Now let's go to the race for the U.S. Senate. Incumbent Democrat Senator Tammy Duckworth has received congratulations for her victory from Republican challenger Kathy Salvi. So let's go live tonight to ABC7's Sarah Schulte with the Duckworth campaign and the celebration there tonight. Sarah.
Well, Cheryl, this was a race that was called 2 minutes after the polls closed. This race was always considered a very safe one for the Democrats. Despite that, Tammy Duckworth said she was not going to take anything for granted. She said that she did campaign throughout the state, and she far outraised and outspent her opponent. And while she, as we all know, she has a compelling personal story, Duckworth also credits her big victory to the hard work during the past 6 years. She is credited for saving the American for Disabilities Act. Now, in her victory speech tonight, she spoke about being a living example of the American dream. Duckworth says she will spend the next 6 years defending the constitutional rights for women who want to have say of their own bodies and people with disabilities. Duckworth also had a message for her Republican colleagues.
All of those so-called leaders in Washington who act so scared of progress that they keep trying to divide us, that they keep trying to strip away our reproductive rights, that they keep backing the gun lobby. Let me just say this. I hope you're ready for a fight. Because my titanium legs don't buckle.
That got a big applause. Again, a big victory for Tammy Duckworth tonight. Is it wrapped up early? Live at the planetarium. Sarah Schulte,
right,
ABC7.
Sarah, thank you. We'll be back in about 30 minutes for our special election coverage at 10 o'clock. And we welcome you back to our streaming right here, ABC7 streaming for election night. Joining us now on Zoom is Sylvia Puente with the Latino Policy Forum. It's great to have you with us, Sylvia. Thanks so much for joining us.
Great. Good to be with you.
All right. You've seen some of these races already, of course, in the governor's case, folding very quickly. But let me ask you what you are seeing out here. And what are you seeing in terms of constituents and what they were hoping to get out of this election day? Are they getting their wishes granted, so to speak?
Well, I think here in Illinois, we are obviously where we've had overwhelming Democratic majorities in most of our congressional races, in our gubernatorial race, and our Senate race. Obviously, I think that bodes well for the state. I'm very personally excited that we have a second Latino influence district in the state, and we will be sending our first Latina congresswoman to Washington, D.C. With Congresswoman-elect Delia Ramirez. I think it also should be noted, and with all the political talk, we have, when we do redistricting, elected officials work really, really hard to hold on to their districts. And this year, we know with redistricting, all of our congressional state houses were redistricted, and all of them got a lot of new territory. But Congressman Garcia literally gave up 51% of a very safe district so that we could create a second Latino influence district here in the state of Illinois. And I think that's really, really notable.
Going forward, Sylvia, with the candidates who are winning tonight, with the agenda for the Latino Policy Forum, moving forward, what is the agenda and what are you hopeful for after these elections are over?
Well, certainly, we had a recent speaker come that issued a report called the Latino GDP Report. And one of the messages that was really, really so striking is that the Latino community is really driving growth in the state of Illinois. We're driving population growth, economic growth, home ownership growth. And Latinos have a GDP of over $100 billion in the state of Illinois. With that, though, we know our community still faces some challenges. And so our basic message is, how do we ensure that the Latino community equitably participates and benefits from the prosperity that we are really contributing to the state and to our economic future?
Well, Sylvia, it's so great to have you with us this evening. Thanks so much for joining us here on ABC7 Streaming. It's great to see you. Thank you.
Great information.
Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks so much.
You bet. I'm going to turn now to our Judy Sue. Judy's joining us in the studio with a closer look at some of the races that you're watching tonight. I know some of these at the national level too, Judy.
Yeah, Ellen and Cheryl, we've been watching these all night. So we are going to take you to Wisconsin right now. One of the key Senate races being watched around the country. Republicans counting on Ron Johnson, the incumbent senator, to hold on going into tonight. Democrats, however, see this as a pickup opportunity for them. So early result had the Democratic candidate Medela Barnes. Was it up on the screen for you? We're going to see if we can get that for you. Jumping to an early lead. Now that margin is much tighter. As you watch the results here tonight, though, keep in mind that Johnson is the only GOP incumbent running for re-election in a state President Biden carried in 2020. So right now you see that 50% to 50% with 56% reporting here tonight. Let's go take you to the governor's race, also in Wisconsin. This race has been the most expensive race in their state history. Incumbent Democratic governor Tony Evers facing Republican challenger Tim Michels. Spending on both sides neared $115 million as we got close to Election Day today. Both candidates framing this election as a stark choice about the future direction of Wisconsin right now. That direction leaning back towards Governor Tony Evers. Again, this is with 56% reporting tonight. The Ohio Senate seat, we're going to watch one more for you tonight, is another fascinating one to watch, with Democrat Tim Ryan jumping to an early lead right away as the polls close tonight against Republican candidate J.D. Vance. But that number actually has been going back and forth all night. If Ryan can hold on, this would be the big story tonight. Winning as a Democrat is huge in Ohio, with a very popular governor who just won his own re-election. Going into tonight, some experts have warned not to take Ohio as voting Republican for granted. In 2020, Biden became the first candidate in the last 60 years to win the White House without winning Ohio. Another note of interest here tonight, Republican Liz Cheney threw her support behind Democrat Tim Ryan just a few days before Election Day. It still could be a very long night nationally. We'll continue to watch it for you.
Yeah, you certainly see that, Judy, in the results. And I'm looking at those Wisconsin results in particular at the U.S. Senate race and how close they are. And then I'm also looking at the governor's race there with Tony Evers and Tim Michels. And I'm going to bring David and Laura in on this because I heard somebody, forgive me for not knowing who to attribute this to, was somebody who was writing from Wisconsin, though, who was saying what we have here is essentially a large constituency in a conservative state and it smacks right up against a significant constituency that is a liberal state.
You're talking about Illinois.
Well, you know what? I mean, there are certainly parallels to this.
Right.
Now, the numbers may be different in Illinois, perhaps, than they are in Wisconsin in terms of who's really tipping the scale here. But in some ways, it also runs parallel to what we see in many areas of the nation, if you just simply say metropolitan areas, for instance, and more rural areas. But I want to get your thoughts on that as to where we stand right now, and with that type of thinking, where we go from here. If you're hoping that we can bridge gaps somehow, that it can be done or can't be done.
Well, this is the problem. I think whatever the outcome nationally tonight, we're going to continue to have a divided Congress and a divided country. The margins are going to be close, and they're going to continue to be close. Even if the Republicans take both the House and the Senate, they're going to have their own divisions within the party. We saw that with the Democrats.
With the Democrats, sure.
In terms of Biden could get his entire agenda done,
Right.
even when he had all the power, because he had a couple people who were more moderate, who pulled back. So I think you're going to continue to see that kind of divide and that kind of debate, unfortunately.
And Wisconsin's particularly interesting because even if Tony Evers wins, there's a chance that he's going to have super majority Republicans in both houses of the legislature.
Right.
And so the question there is, if you get elected governor, what do you do with that job? What power do you really have? And that shows just the divisions in politics in our country. And you talk about the border. Yes, we're this super liberal state. It looks like we don't know yet in this state house, but Pritzker maybe will be retaining supermajority. So here's a governor who can do more or less whatever he wants, next to a governor who has very little.
No, not really. Yeah, exactly.
And Bruce Rauner is an example of that.
Yeah.
When he did not have control of the legislature, and he had Mike Madigan to deal with, and that may be one reason why he lost his re-election, because he was perceived as not being able to work with the General Assembly and get anything done.
I'm going back to what J.B. Pritzker said a little bit earlier tonight, where he said, well, we are living, and he was quoting now, of course, from Henry Horner, in abnormal and unusual times, right? I mean, they said that back in 1933, but here we are in 2022, and we could say the same thing. And you do wonder in terms of, okay, one party gains control of this, another party gains control of that. They attempt to pass the things they want to get done on their agenda. They can't even do it, everything they want it to do, and the other party doesn't want them to do it at all. But because people within their own party are fighting, and it seems like we get stuck back and forth in this type of situation.
Well, we had Jim Edgar on, and that was a real throwback, wasn't it?
It sure was.
Jim Edgar was
It sure
talking
was.
about the way Republicans used to be nationally and even in this state. In this state, the Republican, a lot of their leadership are still relatively moderate, although Darren Bailey, if he remains a leader in this party, not so much. The real one thing for us to keep an eye out as the things shake out is, what does the Illinois Republican Party look like after this election? Do they remain the sort of classic moderate Republicans that typically have been in Illinois, or does the southern wing of the party, the southern Illinois wing of the party, kind of take over, and the more Trump-leaning voices rise to the top?
Yeah, and he said he has a big announcement, former President Donald Trump, next Tuesday, which is very interesting because David Muir has an exclusive interview with Mike Pence, the former vice president, the day before. They've been promoting this interview, so you've got to think about what really could happen in the next 10 days or so. But 36 governorships are up for grabs here. And over the weekend, President Barack Obama was campaigning for several candidates, and he said democracy was on the ballot. However, if you talk to all of the voters, it wasn't even in the top 7 things that they were concerned about. Economy, inflation, crime, gun control, and immigration were the top
abortion rights
topics that people were talking about. So when you talk about this new era of trying to work together, but however, people aren't saying democracy is important to them. It seems about power, who's in control.
Well, people almost always vote their pocketbooks, but what these early results seem to be showing us is that the jury is still out, ultimately on which way they're going to go. And it's possible, if it looks like, for example, in Georgia, if that race remains maybe going to a runoff, et cetera, it might say that people are interested in abortion and in the threats to democracy.
You know, how much it costs to buy groceries, of course, and, you know, sending their children to good schools, and how much to fill up a car when you go to the gas station. People were talking about real issues. And I saw something very poignant today. People who were out there campaigning said, vote not for the person you like it's a Valentine person, but vote for the person who has the morals and the values that will run a world and a country that you want to live in.
And sometimes that can be the same thing. Sometimes that can be the same thing, I think. I think that one thing is going to be for sure, as you mentioned Pence and you mentioned Trump, the 2024 presidential race is going to start tomorrow. It used to be that we had, a little bit of time to catch our breath politically before we started up the next campaign, but we already see presidential candidates are already posturing. DeSantis in Florida is another example.
Right.
And you're going to see earlier and earlier announcements of the money coming in, flooding in even more early than you've ever seen before. And I think that's going to contribute to a feeling that we don't ever have any stability, but that we're always fighting the next battle.
Oh, sure. I was going to say, as soon as that begins, then, of course, it is the next battle. Let's say the battle lines begin to form, the mud starts flying, see what sticks, see what you can dig up, see what you can find in somebody's background.
That's our politics today.
That is our politics today, unfortunately, it appears. Yeah.
And let's see if DeSantis challenges Trump, if Trump does announce, because there's a theory out there that once Trump announces, it's going to clear the field. But DeSantis has had such a strong name over the last number of months. Somebody in that party possibly might take on Donald Trump, who could beat him. DeSantis might. Pence, if Pence were to choose to run against him.
That interview next week will be very interesting with David Muir. Of course, we're going to take a pause right now, and we're going to join ABC 7 on the other side.
Christine, did you send an email?
God bless you.
Did you send an email?
We're having
that he's
some
on?
technical
Did you send an
difficulties
email?
here real quick. Okay, I can't see that. Friends, God bless you. This is amazing. And I do want to tell you something. This isn't part of this speech, but there's still room for a miracle, friends. Okay? Still room for a miracle until all the votes are counted. But from what we know, tonight didn't turn out the way we wanted. But thanks to God, we still have so many blessings. I want to thank my incredible wife, Cindy, through this journey. Cindy's my high school sweetheart and has been by my side every step of the way, being my strength on the good days and on the hard days. I love you. I love my family who has sacrificed so much while we were out on the campaign trail fighting for the future of this great state that we love. And Stephanie, thank you for joining our team. Isn't she great?
Next here at 10, our live election night coverage. Governor J.B. Pritzker winning his bid for re-election.
Senator Tammy Duckworth also declaring an early victory tonight.
Plus, the results still coming in for some of our congressional races.
Who have been struggling and who've been forgotten. Voices of different faiths, voices of different ages, and voices of different places. Voices from the farms, voices from the suburbs, voices from Chicago and absolutely everywhere in between. Those voices don't come from people who look the same, and they sure don't come from people who sound the same. But make no mistake, the things that we want, the things that unite us, they are the same, and they always have been. And that is to provide for our families, to be safe, to live lives of opportunity and of freedom. And friends, I can promise you this. I may not be going to Springfield as your next governor, but I will never stop fighting for you. I will never stop listening to your voices. I can't. My family depends on it. I just spoke to Governor Pritzker and congratulated on his win tonight. The challenges are many, but I'm going to do what I always have done, what Americans always have done. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and I'm going to go back to work. My priorities will continue to be the things that unite us. Protecting our freedoms, bringing jobs to our state, and safety to our streets. Republicans need to be the loyal opposition in Springfield.
Live from Chicago's number one news.
I am so thrilled to spend 4 more years as you.
The apartment is okay beyond that.
Well, yeah, but see, that gives you a lid, though. You know what I mean? It's like when you can say, and we're kind of in the same situation. You know, we have a condo, so it's like, okay, there's no room for anything else. Okay. So there's no, despite the fact that I'm sure Colleen's out finding something for Christmas that we, you know, that we have to have. I'm like, okay.
But you guys do a tree in every room, right?
No, I mean, no.
They do at least 3 trees.
No, well, I mean, if I'm saying, like tree?
Oh, okay, because or maybe you used
we got one of those slimline trees is what we got
in
the living room. So
Colleen used to do.
She did well back when we had a house. We had
different
rooms. We did that. Yeah. But then you purge.
You grow up and you become empty nesters.
And then your daughter gets a house and you say, we found your crawl space.
And you even gave her the dog, right?
They're like, get your stuff out of our house.
You gave her the dog, right?
Well, yeah, we shared the dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're doing that right now. It's like girls are both gone for more than 5 years, and we're like, do we take over their old rooms?
Yeah.
So far, all their stuff's still up.
And we still, same with us. We still refer to those rooms by the kids' names who inhabited them, even though they really never lived there much. It's like when we had the house.
Yeah.
My older daughter, especially, she wanted to make it into a shrine. I think, like a museum that they could come back and visit. You know. Put velvet ropes up in front of their. Yeah. You can't sell this house, and yes, we can.
Right. I did my first ever. I wrote my first speech to run for 8th grade president in this room.
Well, yeah, that kind of stuff, right? Yeah. That kind of stuff.
I know. I like to keep stuff too, though. I'm like, because you look at it and you go, God, this happened in my lifetime. This happened to me. Oh my God.
Now, I don't know if you guys do this, but like, you can say, oh, it's great to digitize things.
Oh, yeah.
Which is I do. But then I still can't throw away the original thing, you know? It's like you have a picture or something or an old document or whatever, and you've scanned it, you know, and it looks, oh, it's great. And you're like, I still can't throw that thing away.
You're like, nope, I can't do it. I know I transferred a lot of VHS to DVD.
Yeah.
And tell me, what did I do with the VHS? Oh, I just put it in a box.
Put it in a box. Right.
Right.
Yeah. I've got 3/4-inch tapes that are, you know, still sitting around in a box.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to keep Bailey for a minute, right?
Yeah, they're just hanging. Yeah, they're there.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, he's not speaking now?
So we're just showing, okay, so I can run to the restroom. Oh, okay, so I'm going to, Trussell, I think that's her name. I'm going to run to the restroom and take advantage.
Good time. Good time.
Or just walk around.
Yeah, really.
I know, right?
This 10 o'clock show
Is that your election night tie?
seems pretty well organized.
Because it's like, you're representing both parties, so nobody will blame you. I work lavender.
All right. So Lee, we don't have. Our next event is the show. Is the show? It's not. We've got no teases or anything like that. That's it. Okay. Cool. All right.
That'll be out for you.
Just want to take a walk. How much time do we have here before the start? We've got about 8 minutes still. 6 minutes? Well, I'm not going to leave floor here. But. All right.
I gotta sit. Oh my God. My legs are gonna fall off.
All right, Joel. Huh? Yeah. What más? Just another. I'm assuming we'll stay on for an hour unless network decides they've got something real big that we feel like we've got to dump off. But at a certain point, you know, unlike years ago, there's no point in prolonging it. The results are in, you know, unless we had a really close race or something here, and I don't see that we do. No. That you'd say, oh, we got to hang out and see how this is going to, you know, end. Right. They'll do it all night long. Right. They'll be there all night. It's 2 weeks tonight. 2 weeks from tonight.
Well, my family has been watching you since you were kids.
No, that's awesome.
God, that'll be so weird.
Thanks, Joel. It is. It's gonna be weird. It'll be weird for me. I'll tell you that.
Do you have something in line, like to keep yourself busy?
I don't have. What I have is time to think.
Bravo.
Time to think. So no, for me it was a matter. For me, honestly, Joel, it was a matter of me saying, "This has been great. This has been awesome. It's been 40 years. That's good. That's good." It was for me. It was like, that's good. I felt like I needed to bring this to a conclusion. You know, not because anything. This is totally my decision, but to bring it to a conclusion. And then I just realized I stuck my microphone on as I was going to head to the men's room, but I won't. You know, for me, I have to close that, you know, past to then say, okay, now what do you want to do? Or what could you do? Or what do you want to do? Or maybe you don't want to do anything. What do you want to do? You know, is there something else you'd like to? Well, then you have a chance to at least say, okay, let's look into that and see if there's something you discover.
Is teaching a thought?
Not really. Not for me necessarily. I think. Well, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if I'd be a good teacher or not. I think it'd be extremely challenging right now in this environment. It just changes so radically. The technology and how we use it has just upended everything. So you have to be honestly in colleges and stuff like that. Professors, I think my question for them is, how do you teach? How do you teach now? You know, what are you teaching for? I mean, you can teach the basics, obviously, and good journalism and production and everything else, but what are you teaching them when it comes to social, when it comes to their visibility, when it comes to how many likes you have, or how many, clicks somebody, or how many eyeballs somebody has, all this, which is things that are unfamiliar to me totally, really, in terms of, that's okay. And it's more familiar to people who have embraced it and have been younger and have grown up with it and utilize it, so, yeah.
You looking for him? They're looking for you at the desk?
Probably, I don't know, okay, gotta go in. All right, guys.
Sorry about you.
All right, Judy.
One more show. They had a lot of great interviews.
Yeah, they had some nice stuff.
I sure can.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen it in the theater. I've seen it.
Oh, careful,
I-
David. The wheels are right on the edge.
Okay. Thank you.
I got your back.
I appreciate it. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
And the filmmakers gave me
Just look
sent
at
me a
this.
link. 'Cause
Oh, did they?
I work with them a lot. I helped them
Right.
line up people for them and.
Yeah.
and
Oh, I see. Take a look at the
material
results.
stuff. So
Yep.
I got to see it
Got it.
several times. I've seen it more times than I need to see it anymore. But
I took our staff out to see it.
oh,
in the theater.
Understood. Yeah, I mean, basically, when you get to, I'm sure you feel this way probably through most of the show, is that
Punch
keep
nine?
it going in that sense.
It was like for a
You don't have
week.
to
It was
sit on it
usually
and dwell on it.
The one on Illinois or whatever.
Right. Well, they've extended it several times. They actually ran for 3 or 4 weeks.
Punch Nine?
Punch Nine.
Yeah, that's my neighbor, the producer of that. Raymond. Yeah, he used to own All Jokes Aside. And All Jokes Aside gave, hey there, Anna, gave most of all African American comedians their chance because they were not allowed. They were not allowed to perform. Hey there, yeah, he is.
Oh, he probably did a documentary.
Laura Washington, mic check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
David, go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, about 20 seconds.
Live from Chicago's #1 news, ABC 7 Eyewitness News at 10 starts right now.
I am so thrilled to spend 4 more years as your governor.
It is another 4 years for Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, the Democrat defeating his Republican challenger, downstate State Senator Darren Bailey, in tonight's election. Bailey speaking at his campaign headquarters just moments ago after conceding that race.
And this showdown for governor has been heated and contentious at some times, but Governor Pritzker declaring victory early tonight, just an hour and a half after the polls closed.
Take a quick look here at the results this evening, with Pritzker at 55% to Bailey's 42%. In fact, it is looking like the Democrats will also be coming out on top in several closely watched congressional races in our area.
And our team of reporters have been out all night with the candidates on the campaign trail, covering all of the big races.
So let's go first to the team, to our political reporter Craig Wall, who's live with Pritzker's campaign on Chicago's near South Side. Craig, wow, a remarkable early night for the governor.
Yeah, 9 minutes after the polls closed, the Associated Press calling the race. Supporters here have kind of dwindled down and are going home for the night after celebrating a big victory. This was a resounding victory for Governor Pritzker, looking to be akin to the margins that he beat Bruce Rauner by in 2018. The governor celebrating tonight with his supporters.
Thank you for placing your trust in me to carry out this mission for 4 more years. I won't let you down.
Governor Pritzker calling on supporters to now work with him and be bold and not shy away from Democratic values, talking about jobs, education, health care, and protecting the climate. The governor easily survived a race dominated by acrimony and huge spending. He campaigned heavily on a woman's right to choose after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. At times, Pritzker's speech tonight seemed clearly geared to a national audience, with attacks on Republicans in general and former President Donald Trump. But his biggest cheer came with a warning to abortion opponents.
Let me be even clearer. To anyone who thinks that they can come into this state and try to force some right-wing MAGA war on a woman's body, you will never get an inch of Illinois.
Pritzker did warn his supporters that the days ahead will be tough. He said the fabric of the nation has been torn, but he does see Illinois as having a large role in helping restore that, fueling perhaps speculation about those presidential runs that he has denied he is interested at this point. Alan and Cheryl, back to you.
We'll be waiting to hear more. All right, Craig, thanks.
All right, it was a disappointing night for Pritzker's challenger, Darren Bailey. ABC 7's Liz Nagy joining us live tonight from the Bailey campaign headquarters in downstate Springfield with the latest there. Liz.
Cheryl, downstate farmer and state senator Darren Bailey acknowledged he will not go on to claim the governor's office here in Springfield as he'd hoped to do. He talked to his supporters here just a few minutes ago and acknowledged this night did not turn out the way they had hoped. And Bailey also said he had called Governor J.B. Pritzker to concede that race to him and congratulate him on a well-fought campaign. Bailey finally came out on stage here tonight just a few minutes ago and greeted a cheering but relatively subdued crowd of several hundred supporters who'd waited most of the night to see him. This was a pretty quiet election night campaign headquarters here in Springfield for Darren Bailey. There was no announcement that Governor J.B. Pritzker had won the race. His speech did not play, and there were not national results that were playing here. People were just sort of milling about in the room, waiting to hear exactly what would happen. Bailey, when he came out on stage and finally greeted those supporters, repeatedly said that he is proud of the platform they ran on, a platform that he said was based around his core Christian values and beliefs. He also ran on cracking down on crime, lowering taxes, and as he put it on the campaign trail, making Illinois a place where businesses would want to come and do business. He reiterated some of those same campaign pillars when he spoke just a few minutes ago to supporters and voters who've been here with him the entire way.
I may not be going to Springfield as your next governor, but I will never stop fighting for you. My priorities will continue to be the things that unite us. Protecting our freedoms, bringing jobs to our state, and safety to our streets. Republicans need to be the loyal opposition in Springfield, loyal to our state, loyal to our country, loyal to our Constitution, but in opposition to the radical policies of the Democrats.
And Darren Bailey also continued upon that, saying that Republicans may have lost this race at a statewide level, but he sent a warning to Governor J.B. Pritzker that he needs to do better. Since he ended that speech just a few minutes ago, the mood has become much more celebratory. And here you can see Darren Bailey is taking pictures with supporters and voters who have waited all night to see him, people who are disappointed in this outcome but acknowledge this is the way it ended up. We're live in Springfield tonight. Liz Nagy, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Alan and Cheryl.
Okay, Liz. Well, let's get now to the U.S. Senate race in Illinois. Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Duckworth with an early evening win against Republican challenger Kathy Salvi from Waukegan.
So let's take a look at the numbers tonight. In the U.S. Senate race, Tammy Duckworth with 56% of the vote, with 84% reporting tonight. More than 1.8 million votes cast for Tammy Duckworth, a junior senator. Then Kathy Salvi getting 42% of the vote, an unknown in this race. She was new to the race. 1.3 million votes cast for Kathy Salvi in this race. Sarah Schulte live tonight from the Duckworth campaign headquarters at the Planetarium here in Chicago. Sarah, an early celebration tonight for the incumbent. And of course, you said that she called it at 2 minutes after the polls closed at 7:02 tonight.
Well, that's right, Cheryl. You know, 6 years ago when Tammy Duckworth beat Mark Kirk, the race was called at 7:04. So tonight she beat it by 2 minutes. This race was always considered a very safe one for Duckworth. Despite that, she didn't want to take anything for granted. She spent this campaigning throughout the entire state, and she far outraised 18-1 her opponent. Now, while she has a compelling personal story, Duckworth also credits her big victory to the hard work during the past 6 years. She is credited for saving the Americans with Disabilities Act, among some other legislation. In her victory speech tonight, she also spoke about being a living example of the American dream, someone who was almost homeless as a child and is now a two-term U.S. Senator. Duckworth says she will spend the next 6 years defending the constitutional rights for women who want to say over their bodies and defending people with disabilities. Duckworth also had a message for Republicans tonight.
All of those so-called leaders in Washington who act so scared of progress that they keep trying to divide us, that they keep trying to strip away our reproductive rights, that they keep backing the gun lobby. Let me just say this. I hope you're ready for a fight. Because my titanium legs don't buckle.
Duckworth says she received a very gracious phone call from her opponent, Kathy Salvi, conceding the race. Obviously, it was always going to be a big uphill battle for the 63-year-old Lake County personal injury attorney who ran for her first statewide office. The mother of six was in River North tonight, where she addressed her supporters in what was a conciliatory tone.
While she and I differ on many issues, we share the view that we need to strengthen our economy, make our communities safe, and restore civility to our political system.
And while they did differ on many issues, there is one thing that both Duckworth and Salvi did agree upon, and that is the move to Arlington Heights for the Chicago Bears. Of course, both women are from the northwest suburbs. Live at the Planetarium, Sarah Schulte, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Very interesting, Sarah. Thank you for that update for us tonight. Now let's take a look at the race for Congress in Illinois in the 6th District. Now this race turned into a tight one. The incumbent Democrat Sean Casten and Republican Keith Pecaw. With the new congressional mapping, the 6th District encompasses areas west and southwest of the city.
Let's take a look at these results this evening. Sean Casten with 54%, Keith Pecaw, the mayor of Orland Park, with 46%. Our Karen Jordan is with Casten's campaign in Burr Ridge this evening. Karen?
Well, Alan and Cheryl, I have just been told by Sean Casten's deputy campaign manager that 97% of the votes are in. They find Sean Casten ahead by 8 points. They're just simply waiting on a call from his opponent, Keith Pecaw. But right now, the candidate himself, the incumbent, has not come down to his party here at the Chicago Laborers District Council, but his supporters certainly are excited. They have been waiting patiently. This has not been as decisive as other races of the evening, but they have been waiting patiently for the results. Now, Caston earlier today did spend the day out on the campaign trail, catching up with voters and thanking his volunteers. He was first elected to Congress during the blue wave of 2018, the first Democrat to represent this district in nearly 50 years. The climate scientist turned politician hopes to retain the seat for a third term. The race getting national attention because it could tip the balance of power in Washington. And the 6th district was redrawn just this year. Caston knew actually to many of his constituents, but one voter we talked to this evening said that he's still connected to Caston.
Climate change is one of the big sort of policy issues that I think is pretty important, and Sean, as a climate scientist, has a pretty big background in it. He's also just a genuinely great guy, and from abortion to climate change, my policy, I pretty much align with Sean on most issues.
So again, an energized crowd, as you can hear behind me, obviously hearing some encouraging results about this campaign. It's been quite steady. Caston did have a moderate lead all evening, but now they are getting late word from Sean Caston's campaign, at least, that Caston is in the lead. That is the latest here in Burr Ridge. We'll send it right back to you in the studio.
Okay, Karen, thank you.
ABC 7's Stephanie Wade tonight with the Peacock campaign in Orland Park. Stephanie, what's the latest where you are?
Well, right now it is looking like Caston will take the district and keep his seat with 97% of the vote. And the mood in the room, though, is still unclear. Supporters here, they're still hopeful that that final 3% of the vote will turn the tide for the Republican. Keith Peacock says he has a proven track record as mayor on issues that people care about. That's the economy, lowering property taxes, lowering operating costs for the village of Orland Park, and reducing crime. Peacock has not come out to speak again, besides thanking his campaign team earlier and thanking those volunteers and supporters. We are told, though, however, he is expected to come back out within the next 30 minutes here. Of course, as that happens, we'll bring that to you live. We're live in Orland Park. Stephanie Wade, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Stephanie, thanks so much for that report tonight. Well, now to the 11th district race in Illinois. ABC News is reporting, and they just called the race to Democrat Bill Foster over Republican Catalina Loft. This district covers areas to the west and northwest of the city.
So let's take a look at the results here. Bill Foster, the incumbent Democrat, an incumbent from Naperville, the former business owner and physicist, 58%. Catalina Loft, a former Trump administration appointee in the Commerce Department, at 42%. Our Michelle Gallardo is with the Foster campaign this evening. Michelle?
That's right. This is always going to be a race that was going to favor Congressman Bill Foster, and that is simply because of the power of the incumbency. He was able to vastly out-fundraise and therefore outspend his Republican opponent, Catalina Loft. But even after 10 years in Congress, there were questions about how close this race could get, especially after the 11th congressional district was remapped, meaning that Foster was a relative unknown to more than half of the constituents. Here, with the remap, the 11th now encompasses most of McHenry and Kane counties, parts of Boone, Lake, DeKalb, DuPage, Cook, and Will. And during the campaign, Loft did use the new map to her advantage, calling Foster out of touch with his new constituents, especially those in the more rural areas. And while she was not successful this time around, Loft is considered to be one of a new generation of Republican candidates that the GOP is trying to cultivate. Young, female, Latina, but solidly conservative. Now, Congressman Foster just finished speaking a few minutes ago, thanking his supporters. He is now greeting them here in St. Charles.
Tonight, the voters have chosen science and facts and a positive message. And they've chosen experienced leadership over fear-mongering and partisanship.
And again, folks, here in a celebratory mood right now, not just because, of course, of Congressman Bill Foster's victory, but also other victories within the party, with the governor and the Senator Duckworth winning their re-elections tonight as well. From now, here in St. Charles, that is all. I'm Michelle Gallardo, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Thanks so much for your reporting all night long, Michelle.
Now here's another closely watched congressional race. This one is for Illinois' 14th district. The incumbent Democrat Lauren Underwood was facing a challenge from Republican Scott Greider. Here's a look at the area that the district encompasses, the new congressional maps here. So this 14th district now includes areas the whole way out DeKalb, Will, Kane, LaSalle, and Kendall. So further west and southwest of the city.
So let's take a look at the results at this hour. Of course, 54% going for Lauren Underwood, with 89% reporting so far tonight. 116,000 votes cast for Lauren Underwood, the incumbent, compared to Scott Greider, 46%, with almost 100,000 votes cast for him tonight. So let's go live to our Evelyn Holmes with the Underwood campaign in Plainfield. What's the mood there tonight, and how's it going, Evelyn?
Well, the mood is festive. It has been for a few hours that way. But of course, folks are still a bit hesitant to say that the evening is over, that they have going to be able to declare victory. Although Lauren Underwood is in the lead, her campaign says it is way too early in this evening to begin to declare any type of victory. Instead, the incumbent did come down. She did greet and thank the supporters that are here watching the election results come in. Now, the 14th district was one of the races closely watched by both parties. The Democrats hope to and are looking to keep it blue after flipping it a few years ago, while the Republicans see an opportunity to have it become red again. Now, the Republican candidate, lawyer and Kendall County Board Chairman Scott Greider, hopes to unseat Underwood by appealing to blue-collar voters with a platform of fiscal conservatism and economic responsibility, while Underwood touts her efforts to save Social Security and Medicare.
A lot of people are hurting. Gas prices are still over $4. Grocery bills are going up. The heating season is here, and it's 33% more to heat your home now than it was, 2 years ago.
My Republican colleagues in Congress, meanwhile, they don't have a serious plan to lower health care costs or fight inflation or stop price gouging at the gas pump or the grocery store.
Now, Underwood made those comments over the weekend when President Joe Biden came into the Illinois area to give a boost to her particular campaign. At the same time, the Greider camp is saying that they are continuing to be optimistic and they are hopeful for a positive outcome. Back to you, Chris.
All right, Evelyn, thanks. Got quite a party going on there, that's for sure, with the music going. Democrat Alexi Giannoulias will be Illinois' next Secretary of State after a run against Republican Dan Brady. And so this will be the first time in 24 years that somebody other than Jesse White will be leading that office.
Jesse White, 88 years old, and he has had that office for decades. Let's take a look at the numbers tonight for Secretary of State here in Illinois. Alexi Giannoulias, with 55% of the vote, more than 1.7 million votes cast, with 76% of the votes reporting tonight, compared to Dan Brady with 43%, 1.3 million votes cast for Dan Brady tonight.
Our Ravi Beshwal with the Giannoulias campaign in Chicago. And Ravi, quite an emotional speech he gave tonight as part of his victory speech.
Alan, that is right. Emotion just suffusing this grand ballroom here at the Sheraton Grand, just not too far away from the studio where Alexi Giannoulias is having his party. And now he's celebrating. He's still in the room, and he's celebrating with many supporters who are still here and getting a lot of well wishes here, because clearly for him and for many of the folks in this room, this is very much a comeback story. Earlier, take a look at this grand ballroom, was absolutely packed when he came up along with his beautiful family and his 3 young daughters. This is a man who was considered to be a wunderkind of Illinois.
I think everyone loves a comeback, but tonight's not about me. It's about the people of Illinois. I see the temperature in America, and I see the divide between parties, and I believe in helping people. And I don't think parties should matter. I think we should help everyone.
All right, we're back again live here, and Alexi Giannoulias is still meeting with his supporters right there. And we can tell you what I was saying a moment ago is that this is a man who was considered an Illinois wunderkind as far as politics, and a great political future for him. He was a treasurer at the age of 30. He lost a very narrow race for the United States Senate back in 2010 when the Democrats under Barack Obama faced their first midterms and lost a lot of seats. And then he went essentially away. He was very quiet. He didn't have much of a public persona. He went back. He got married. He had a family. He has 3 beautiful daughters who were actually up on the stage along with his wife here tonight. And he was very emotional about what this period in between has been for him, how much he has learned, how much he wants to bring the Secretary of State's office back to the people, to reform it, to modernize it, because he says more than the fact that it employs 4,000 people, there are 4,000 public servants there who are there to serve the people of Illinois. And he says he wants to modernize that office because it touches everyone's lives. We'll see what he has, but he has to do about that. But for now, a very emotional Alexi Giannoulias getting set to take over the reins of the Secretary of State's office here in Illinois. Reporting live downtown Chicago, Ravi Bajwal, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Ravi, he thanked his supporters and he was very emotional, and he talked about deciding to run for this office during the pandemic, and that was very important to him. He said during that process, everybody came together with ideas, and I think when you talk about his emotions, he looks back on what it was and how hard and difficult the time was. But he said he was running on a campaign not to be somebody, but to do something. Mark Rivera tonight with the Dan Brady campaign in Bloomington with the latest there. Mark, how's it going?
You know what? It is going remarkably well and remarkably upbeat here in Bloomington, given the results tonight. Of course, this was the first chance for Republicans to win the Secretary of State's office, with Jesse White retiring and choosing not to run. But it will stay in Democratic hands for another 4 years. Longtime Republican lawmaker Dan Brady losing his bid for Illinois Secretary of State, calling his opponent around 8:45 tonight to concede. Brady said this was the first loss of his political career after more than 20 years representing Bloomington Normal in the state legislature. He painted this as a David and Goliath battle, millions spent against him in the Republican primary, millions against him in the general from Governor Pritzker and Alexi Giannoulias, and now an uncertain political future.
One never says never in the world of politics, but I think that this office was one that, as I've aspired to. I wasn't recruited for, I wasn't using it as a stepping ground for anything else other than to do the best I possibly could as Secretary of State with the background and the resources and the experiences I have that lends to that office.
Now it is veto session for Brady, and again, that uncertain political future as he goes into this next veto session here, and the unknown after that. Of course, the name will be different in the Secretary of State's office, but again, it will stay in Democratic hands. Live in Bloomington, Mark Rivera, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Okay, Mark, thanks so much. We want to take a quick look now at some of the results in some other statewide races here, first of all. In the race for Illinois Attorney General, it is Democratic incumbent Kwame Raoul versus Republican challenger Thomas DeVore, and we'll look at you see the results there. Kwame Raoul with 55% to DeVore's 43% with 78% or so reporting at this point. And for Illinois Comptroller,
now let's see, Comptroller, it's the Democratic incumbent Susana Mendoza and Republican challenger Shannon Teresi. Let's look at the numbers here with 77% reporting, 58% going for Susana Mendoza to 41% for her opponent.
Illinois Treasurer now, this is Michael Frericks, the incumbent at 55% against Tom Demmer from Dixon, Illinois with 43%, 77% of the precincts reporting at this time.
Now to the Illinois Supreme Court. 2 seats are open in this election cycle, and it is the first opportunity in 50 years that Republicans have had to take the majority.
And in order to get that majority, they would have to have won both of these races. So we'll take a look at these results now. In the 2nd District, it's Elizabeth Rookford versus Mark Curran, and you can see in this case the Democrats have won that race. In the 3rd District, it's Mary Kay O'Brien versus Michael Burke, and in that case, Mary O'Brien, the Democrat, is over Mike Burke 51% to 49% at this point.
John Garcia keeping track of these races from Libertyville for us tonight. John, what's the latest where you are?
Yeah, Cheryl, it's interesting because Republicans began this day with a chance to take control of the Supreme Court. They had to win two of these races, which were very, very close and very, a tremendous amount of money spent on both sides. However, the way it's looking right now, as you just pointed out, the Democrats are not only going to possibly retain control of the Illinois Supreme Court, but they also may indeed gain a seat. They had a 4-3 majority. The way it looks right now, it could turn into 5-2. Let me send it back to you guys.
John, so much. Thank you for that. We're going to go to Sean Casten's headquarters tonight to get an update there.
What was the problem?
I would think we were going to Sean Casten. I'm sure I thought Sean Casten was speaking at this moment in time. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to pull that up. We're hoping that was going to happen. We may have to move on at this point, though. We may have to move on at this point. And we'll look at the first congressional district race. The Democrat Jonathan Jackson has declared victory over Republican Eric Carlson in that first district. This is a district that covers areas southwest of the city. Of course, Bobby Rush's old district, ending up into the city's south side, of course.
It is a seat long held by Congressman Bobby Rush, as you said, who announced his retirement at the beginning of the year after serving more than a dozen terms. So let's take a look at the results tonight. Jonathan Jackson, of course, he is a member of the political dynasty, the son of civil rights leader Reverend Jesse Jackson, with 61% of the votes cast for him, as compared to Eric Carlson, his opponent, 39%, and 84% reporting tonight. Samantha Chapman joining us live tonight from the Jackson campaign headquarters on the south side of Chicago with the latest there. Samantha.
Good evening, Cheryl and Alan. Jonathan Jackson said it is truly an honor to succeed Bobby Rush and represent the people of the 1st District. Now, I spoke with Jonathan Jackson after his acceptance speech one-on-one, and he told me that he is ready to get to work for his people. He said he is going to fight for health care for all, as well as affordable housing. Those are among his top priorities when he gets to Congress. We also talked about what it means to succeed Bobby Rush and how it feels to bring the Jackson name back to national politics.
These are men that have experienced threats on their lives. They have made America better through the Panthers and food programs, through my father and his voter registration, for his advocacy of political participation, for self-determination. Being in between these two men is the pillars of my strength. And what the city has offered me to give me the opportunity to represent them is truly an honor.
Now, his supporters said he has big shoes to fill, but they believe that he will be able to get the job done for the people of the 1st District. Reporting live from the South Shore Cultural Center, Samantha Chapman, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Okay, Samantha, thanks so much. Want to go out to another congressional race that we've been following.
Plans.
Lauren Underwood, who's at the podium right now in the 14th Congressional District.
Here with me, it's this. We are not surrendering our country to these people. We are not surrendering our country to people who want to put women in jail for seeking reproductive health care, who bully and demonize LGBTQ plus people, and especially the LGBTQ kids, who simply have the courage to live their truth and to be themselves. And we certainly are not going to yield to these people who are driving for political violence and laying waste to our democratic norms. That is not the country that we love. The country where a story like mine is possible. So I'm here to tell you that we are going to need every bit of the energy that we brought to this campaign for the next steps in this journey. Tomorrow, I'm going to wake up and I'm going to get to work. Will you be ready to join me?
Back in 2018, when she was first sworn in, she was the youngest black woman to ever serve in Congress, and of course, reelected again in 2020 and winning again tonight.
Now let's listen in to Sean Casten. Of course, he rode the blue wave in 2018, a climate scientist going for his 3rd term. The district was remapped as well, and he is new to his constituents. So let's listen in to Sean Casten right now.
Little fun fact. Summer of 1990, I was got a yellow hard hat from Local 66 in Nassau County, Long Island. I occasionally still get notes that the laborers have, I think, $2.60 in my pension if I ever want to collect it. But a long connection with the laborers, and I appreciate it. And most of all, thank you to Kara and Audrey. This has been a really, really hard 5 months. The last time that we had the last time I won an election, we did it in a drive-through. The last time I did an election in a room this big, Gwen was up here with us. have a picture on my desk of all of us sitting in that moment, and it's just such joy on our face. And it's so hard not to have her here. But I'm so lucky to have you too. This has also been a hard cycle for political reasons. Some of you have heard this story, but Jim Clyburn has this theory that when parties lose their base, they pivot back and they lose an election, they come back and they win their base, and you go from there. But when parties lose the middle, the other party takes the middle. And what remains of that party that has lost the middle can only survive if it continues to double down on its base and become ever more radicalized. And Jim told me that story 3 years ago. That was before the 2020 cycle that brought the QAnon caucus into Congress. That was before the majority of the Republicans in the House voted to overturn the results of a free and fair election. That was before an insurrection. That was before it became partisan to say that, to decry an attack on Paul Pelosi, right? Clyburn was right. And frankly, it's come back here as well, as we've seen, where the mainstream of the Republican Party is now trying to bend that arc of history backwards and away from justice, from taking away these rights and norms that we took for granted, from women's right to choose to the LGBT community's right to be themselves. And for too much of this election, when I wanted to be making a case to people to vote, I was putting out fires that had been lit throughout our community, jeopardizing public safety by people who were just trying to radicalize a base. I'm not saying that to be partisan, I'm saying that because it's true, right? And part of why it feels so good to have won tonight is because I needed that reminder, as Elijah Cummings always used to tell us, that we are better than this, right? Because the demise of a once great political party is not synonymous with the demise of America. We're still pretty great people. We're still a pretty great country. We are still the place that Thomas Paine described by saying our citizenship in any particular state is only our local distinction, but our great title is as Americans. And I think we need to remember that. Because tonight is not a night to dunk on the other team. It's not a night to conclude that some parts of our community are good and other parts are irredeemable. It's a night to reflect on how tonight happened. So on a personal level, I can't stand here tonight without Gwen and Audrey. We've spent the last 5 months doing our best to be each other's rocks, to give stability when we could and space when we couldn't. Doing our best to remind ourselves as much as we could by reminding each other that life is fleeting and we had better make the most of the time that we have together. Because when the sadness and the fear and the pain finally washes away, the only thing that's left is love. So let's all do everything we can to shore that up. First with each other, and then by expanding that circle of love, because that's where you find the hope. And look, we weren't the only family to face tragedy this year. Lots of folks in this room, lots of folks in our community lost loved ones to COVID, physically lost loved ones. Lots of folks emotionally lost loved ones to political nihilism, for lack of a better word. But we won tonight because when you all faced that loss, you found ways to expand your own circle of love, right?
Sean Casten giving very sensitive remarks here tonight in his race for the 6th Congressional District. But some of you may know some of the story he was referring to. He was talking about his daughter, Gwen. She passed away at the age of 17 back in June. The family initially said that she died in her sleep, and the cause of death eventually was determined to be a sudden cardiac arrhythmia. But obviously that weighs heavily on his mind tonight in his remarks that he's making, and his family very close to him too. But then also referring just in terms of where we are right now in the two-party system, and making some very sensitive remarks in terms of not necessarily pointing to another party and saying that they're all wrong and we're all right, but working together.
quoting Elijah Cummings saying that we are better than this. And his daughter had just graduated from high school. She was headed to the University of Vermont.
Right.
And he still decided, along with his wife and the rest of his family, to pursue this and to continue this campaign. But he has never really spoken like this about what happened to his daughter, Gwen. And of course, tragedy can shape somebody during a campaign, as we all know how that works. So a very emotional night at the Kasten campaign headquarters tonight. We're going to go back to John Garcia and get an update on some very important races in the Supreme Court. And John, we had talked with you earlier tonight. What's the latest and what's the update where you are?
Yeah, I know we had some technical difficulties earlier, but we were talking about how Republicans began this day hoping to possibly take control of the Illinois Supreme Court. It's turning out apparently just the opposite, however. It looks as though right now that the Democrats may have indeed increased their majority on the court, which started out as 4-3. It may now be 5-2. We are at Elizabeth Rochford's headquarters right now, and she declared victory, gave a speech just a short time ago. She said she has heard from her Republican opponent, Mark Curran, who has conceded, and all of her supporters in the room very excited that Elizabeth Rochford is headed to the Supreme Court as its newest justice.
Politics isn't my thing as I'm a first-time candidate, but I had to take this journey to get to this place so that we can continue to advance the work of the courts.
The other race in District 3 featured the incumbent. He was appointed 2 years ago. Michael Burke was running against Mary O'Brien, the Democrat. It appears at this point, with more than 95% of the vote in, that O'Brien may have won that race. We have not heard as to whether Justice Burke has conceded or not, but it's turning out to be possibly a very big night for the Democrats in the Illinois Supreme Court. And of course, a lot of big issues facing that court potentially during this session, including the abortion question. For now, live in Libertyville, John Garcia, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, John, this is a very significant event here, as you mentioned, in terms of the attempts to have the majority switch here, because you've got these two, if this goes through, as John has said, we have these two Democratic justices who will be going to the state Supreme Court, and they're from collar counties. They're from collar counties. The other three that would make up that 5 majority of Democrats come from Cook County itself. So it just shows you where the balance is changing there, but the collar county is making the difference here, not the city of Chicago and Cook County in this case. We're going to take a short break. We've got more live election coverage in just a moment. And welcome back to our election coverage here on ABC 7. As people were heading off to the polls today, and perhaps you noticed this as you were voting, you may have noticed more staff perhaps than in years past. Some of that due to safety concerns actually in other parts of the country.
I-Team investigative reporter Chuck Galley joining us tonight. No major issues in our area to report so far, right, Chuck?
No, but Cheryl, officials here with the Chicago Election Center sounding almost disappointed with the turnout within the city limits, about 42% or so, less than 2018, less than what they had hoped for, and less than expected.
We did have a healthy turnout in the city. It just didn't match those 2018 numbers. Most gubernatorial elections in Chicago fall somewhere around 50%. This is a little bit under right now, but we are going to wait for those vote-by-mail ballots to come in to see what that ultimate turnout is going to look like.
They may have had fewer voters than projected in Chicago, but more election judges than needed. And only 2 judges were sent home at 7 a.m. for being drunk, fewer than usual. Only 2 trouble spots here, a couple dozen precincts where some Chicago voters were given 1 page of a 2-page ballot, and complaints that felt tip markers were bleeding through ballots.
The Chicago ballots are designed that doesn't interfere with the ovals on the other side. Ultimately, what the voting machines are counting are the actual ovals that are filled in.
Our I-Team behind the scenes tonight in DuPage County, where ballots were hustled in under guard.
We're going to start having results come in from every corner of the county. They're all coming here to the county government complex in Wheaton. So over the next couple hours, we're going to have a lot of people coming through, escorted by DuPage County Sheriff's deputies, bringing the results into our tabulation room. The vote tally is removed from the tabulation unit and then uploaded to our central server and then published to the voting public. We have 2 weeks to continue counting vote-by-mail ballots. Obviously, the majority of those will come in over the next couple days, but we do still wait the full 2 weeks for any straggling ballots, and then also count provisional ballots at the end of the 2-week period.
Well, that's in DuPage County here in Chicago. I can't remember the last election night where we've only reported on 2 judges of election being sent home because they're drunk at 7 in the morning. Cheryl?
Some very interesting factoids in DuPage County this year. First time ever you could vote at any precinct, and they had a lot of mail-in votes. So very interesting happening in DuPage County. Chuck, and some quite, interesting election night info. Statistics. Who knew that Chuck kept those statistics?
Well, if anyone would, Chuck would have them. That's for sure.
So, yeah, we're going to add those to the election night status group there.
Well, we are also keeping track of several key races all across the country this evening, and these races will determine the balance of power in the U.S. House and also the Senate in Washington.
And Judy Sue joining us now tonight in the studio with some of those results. Judy.
Yeah, Cheryl, Ellen, several of these races we have been watching all night, and some of them are still too close to call now, past 10:40 our time. Right now, we're going to start in Wisconsin tonight. The governor's race there has been the most expensive race in their state history. Incumbent Democratic Governor Tony Evers facing Republican challenger Tim Michels. Spending on both sides neared $150 million as we got close to Election Day. Both candidates framing this election as a stark choice about the future direction of Wisconsin. Looking at the numbers right now, that direction leaning towards the incumbent, with about 77% of the votes reporting. The Wisconsin Senate race is another big one being watched nationally here tonight. Republicans counting on Ron Johnson, the incumbent here, to hold on going into tonight. Democrats see this as a possible pickup opportunity for them. Early results tonight have the Democratic candidate Mandela Barnes jumping to an early lead, but that margin has been getting tighter all night right now, with 78% of the votes reporting Johnson back in the lead, a slim margin at 51%. Let's take you to Indiana now. Incumbent Republican Senator Todd Young has been declared winner over Democratic challenger Tom McDermott. Young with 59% of the vote there tonight. And in the first congressional race in Northwest Indiana, Democratic incumbent Frank Mervan is holding a lead right now over challenger Jennifer Ruth Green, now with 99% of the votes reported. Still hasn't been called yet, but Mervan with 53% of the votes right now. But across the country, you guys, this will still be a long night in some of the states that we're watching, Ellen and Cheryl.
Right. The operative word, patience. All right. Thanks so much, Judy. And as we mentioned tonight, these races will, of course, determine whether Democrats or Republicans will lead the U.S. House and Senate. Now, it could take a few days to get these results for all of these races.
Yeah, I know before tonight they were wondering if it might even take a month or so in some of these cases. Rob Elga is keeping track of where things are standing right now, Rob.
We're not seeing any
Senate flips for the U.S. Senate. I want to talk a little more about what Judy was just mentioning. This is the 1st District in Indiana. Mervyn leading with 99% of the vote in. But this is when we can use our heat map. It will show you here what county. There's 3 counties, and it looks like he did particularly well in Lake County. And then Green did do well in both Porter and also a little bit further east in LaPorte. Breaks down what happened, but it looks like Dems will keep this. I want to get this correct. Will keep this seat, and it has been this district. I mentioned this earlier because when I looked at this and did the research, this struck me. 90 plus years, the Democrats have held the 1st District in Indiana. So if you use this as a barometer of what might be happening nationwide for U.S. Congress, this is an important seat for the Democrats to hold. Let's go to that balance of power. When I joined you earlier, it was a +4 gain for Republicans. So here's how it's breaking down. There have been 8 GOP flips and 3 Dem flips. The Democrats just flipped a seat in Ohio, this in the 1st District. However, if you add that up, this is still a net gain for Republicans. So right now, here's where we stand. 5 seats for the Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives. They've got a gain there of 5, but we still have a lot of results coming from the West Coast. We'll see how that plays out, Cheryl and Alan. But that balance of power shift, I think Republicans would probably think they wanted a few more of these seats to flip. That hasn't happened yet, but like I said, we've got a ways to go.
On a knife edge right now, Rob. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night, of course, so stay tuned and stay patient. We're going to take a short break, though.
We have more live election coverage as well as your weather right after this.
No sports.
Ten 9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1. Ten 9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1. 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1.
Yes, there is more than politics to talk about tonight. Cheryl Scott standing by. Cheryl, I know we've got some nice weather coming, but then a big surprise, right?
Yes, we're heating up in terms of our temperatures as we go into the middle of this week and then crashing back down for the weekend. Right now, it is quiet out there. It was a beautiful day to get out there and vote. Temperatures upper 40s and low 50s. It's comfy and temps won't drop too much more into the overnight hours. We're going to start that warming trend into the day tomorrow, and we climb into the 60s, above average weather on the way. Near record warmth expected expected by Thursday, with high temps in the mid-70s. The record on Thursday, 75, set back in 2020. But big changes by Friday. Our high only at 44 degrees and turning even colder as we head into the weekend. And with this chilly weather comes a threat of a few flurries. We're not looking at a big snowmaker, but you can clearly see that big transition, those dropping, falling temperatures, and it's going to stay below average, well below average through the weekend and into next week. In terms of our skies, we have a little disturbance just up to the north of us, a lot of activity out to the west, and we're really waiting for that to move through. This system tonight will bring in a few clouds as we go into the day tomorrow, but mainly dry. We warm up, temps in the 60s. We're going into the 70s come Thursday. There's that front that could bring us a few sprinkles late Thursday into early Friday, with crashing temperatures behind, and also monitoring Tropical Storm Nicole, expected to make landfall along the east coast of Florida into the day tomorrow. And we'll continue to monitor that late tomorrow into early Thursday, so impacts will be felt there. Here at home, we're quiet tonight. Temps in the 40s. We are mild and then turning much cooler for next week. Back to you.
All right. Of course, weather is always good for an election day. Great turnout because the weather was nice today, Cheryl. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be right back on the other side, everybody.
Welcome back. Let's bring in our analysts this evening. Laura Washington, our ABC 7 political analyst, as well as David Greising, the president of the Better Government Association. Laura, I'll start with you. Okay, you got governor, you got U.S. Senate, you got the statewide offices, and now the Illinois Supreme Court in the majority. Democrats, it's a big night for them in Illinois.
Well, they talk about a red wave nationally, and I'm not sure that's going to happen, but certainly in Illinois, it is a blue wave, and a continuing blue wave, because it just means that Democrats will continue to have an iron hold on state government here.
And more influence in the suburbs, too.
Absolutely. And their issues, you know, they didn't talk about the economy. They wanted to talk about abortion. They wanted to talk about climate change. They wanted to talk about gun control. And those issues apparently resonated with their voters. And even though their opponents hammered them hard on the economy and inflation and crime, those arguments didn't work, at least in this case.
Not in this state. Okay.
Yeah, and it hasn't happened since 1969 for the Illinois Supreme Court. So like you said, it's a huge night for the Democrats. It's going to be interesting to see the breakdown between age, race, gender, and how these all votes, the economy, social issues, how they're all counted. But how do you analyze how it happened tonight?
Well, I think as we leave this election, we have to keep an eye on Governor Pritzker. As we talked about earlier, he has national aspirations, but he has a state to run, a state that despite improvements in its finances, it still faces some serious economic problems, and government agencies that are having issues with regard to taking care of children, taking care of people with disabilities, et cetera. Even the problems we had at the Veterans Home at the outbreak of COVID. And so when he invoked those tough times in his victory speech tonight, these still are tough times. And he's got a handful. If he has national aspirations, let's see what he does with the state now that he really will be fully in control.
And I know we're finishing, of course, the statewide things here, and then we turn immediately, and we've got a city election that's going to be coming up before we turn around.
There's going to be some announcements later this week, I think, from additional mayoral candidates who may be getting into the race. So we're just rolling right into another campaign, and it's going to be another hot one.
Are you talking about Jesus Chuy Garcia,
apparently he is not confirming it, but there are many reports that say that he is going to announce a run later this week.
Last night it's going to be a full deck. That's going to be a full deck.
And then perhaps Tom Tunney, the alderman from the 44th Ward, may be getting in as well.
There was a graphic that kind of slipped out last night on social media, or last week on social media, that had Jesus Chuy Garcia and
it was
a graphic,
filing.
right? That so there is something happening, and of course the symbolism with Harold Washington announcing so many years ago on the exact same date. But you said him joining the race late might be an issue for him.
It's a big challenge. He hasn't raised very much money. He's coming right out of a congressional race, and that's one reason why he had to wait until now. And he's got to get organized. But he ran a strong campaign against Rahm Emanuel. He's well known in the city, so he's not starting from zero.
All right, Laura Washington, thank you. David Grayson, always great to have you both here. Thanks so much for your input. And thanks to you for joining us on this special night of election coverage. And remember, you can always find overnight results on ABC7Chicago.com and on our news apps too.
And we invite you to wake up with us tomorrow morning starting at 4:30 a.m. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Great analysis tonight and more in the morning. Have a great night, everybody.
Good night.